We on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do. Started with nothing but dreams and a screen. Now I automate flows, keep the process clean. No need to be seen, just heard and felt. With AI by my side, every goal gets dealt. ChatGPT writes Canva designs. CapCut cuts, now the visuals shine. Faceless creator with a plan so clear, helping new voices elevate all year. We on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do. This for the shy ones hiding in light, the silent creators who dream at night. You don't need fame, just start the move. I'll show you the tools and how to improve. We grow slow, but steady and loud. Elevate me to you, standing out from the crowd. From idea to launch, I'm here to guide. Together we rise, no need to hide. Me on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do.
YouTube Masterclass. In this section, we're going to be discussing how to grow your audience on YouTube from scratch. We'll talk about the types of videos you should focus on your channel, how to get discovered when you don't have an audience, and our real-world experience with consistency and collaboration. If you're ready to grow your audience, let's get started. What kind of videos you create will play a huge role in the long-term success of your channel. And I know that's kind of heavy and sounds like a lot of pressure now when you're just starting out, but the good news is you don't have to be a fortune teller. You can change and adapt things on your channel as you learn what you like doing and what you don't like doing. You'll also learn what people want to watch and what they don't want to watch, and you can adapt to that as well. For example, if you look back at Vsauce's original videos, they're honestly a little bit creepy and sexual and don't at all represent his channel today. It was clear at the beginning he had no idea what type of video he would end up making. It was well over a year into making videos before he even started posting about illusions and science education, which would ultimately make him one of the most successful creators on the platform. Still, there's no reason not to put at least some thought into what you might like doing the most so that you can grow your channel faster and enjoy the process more. Giving viewers a clear and consistent channel theme is the best way to grow an audience. If you're just starting out and have ideas for a YouTube channel, here's a few questions to ask yourself first. What YouTube videos do you watch the most? Look at your subscription feed and your video history and figure out which type of videos you personally watch the most. For me, it's woodworking, personal finance, and car videos. So that's the kind of videos that we want to make. Question 2, what do you want to watch? What is the content on YouTube that you're just not getting enough of? What is the channel that you wish was out there? Or what is the kind of content that you're just sick of seeing? I personally love DIY and woodworking videos, but I'm over build videos. I don't enjoy people building things step by step anymore. I'd rather just watch someone show off a finished product and explain a little bit how they made it. So that's the type of videos we're going to make going forward. 3. What are your hobbies? Hobbies are the most obvious starting point for YouTube content ideas. No matter how obscure or niche something might be, if you have something you're truly passionate about, I promise you'll find an audience on YouTube. Whether it's sports or card games, technology, cooking, gaming, anything at all. If you find something
I'm
worthwhile enough
sorry,
to
I don't
spend your
know why it keeps skipping. I'm so sorry.
free time pursuing, it's likely a great idea for a YouTube channel. What are your plans this upcoming weekend? How could you turn those plans into a video idea? These are the questions you need to be asking. 4. What are your expertise? It's not uncommon for people to feel like they don't really have any hobbies at all. And that's okay. But what are your expertise? What do you do for a living that you could teach others about? For example, I've recently stumbled upon earth moving and excavation videos on YouTube. I personally don't own any heavy equipment, and I have no interest in becoming an operator as a career. But something about learning the ins and outs of an industry that I know nothing about is very appealing to me. And I'm sure if you told someone that you wanted to make 40-minute videos about moving dirt, they'd think you're crazy. But tell that to Andrew Camarada, who's gained 100,000 subscribers in the last 6 months doing exactly that. And lastly, how can you differentiate yourself? If your hobbies or expertise are already well represented on YouTube, you should be asking yourself how you can differentiate your videos from everything else out there. Say, for example, you're interested in gaming and there are just thousands and thousands of gamers on YouTube. But maybe you separate yourself by playing old games on vintage consoles. Most importantly, what kind of content do you think that you can create long term, even if the viewers never show up? If your YouTube channel never became a full time career, what type of videos would you still be proud of posting? For Lauren and I, that's travel videos, and they fit into that category. That if we never built an audience, we would still feel good about editing down our trips into short, entertaining home movies. We can one day look back on those and remember the highlights, and that would be enough for us to follow through with it. Maybe an exercising and dieting channel will give you the accountability you need to follow through with your goals. And even if you don't build an audience, that would still be good enough and would be a success in your own mind. Maybe you just like researching historical events and putting all that knowledge into one video is very rewarding. Here's a few common categories of videos on YouTube that can help get you started and see if you can fit your hobbies or your expertise into one of these. Vlogging, which is simply just showing your day to day life. There are commentary videos, whether it's news, gossip, current events. There's educational videos such as science, math, cooking, DIY, or history. There's product reviews of, technology, cars, different services. There's of course gaming channels and travel channels, lifestyle channels like exercise, dieting, parenting, motivational speaking, and then there's entertainment style channels, whether it's comedy or short films or music video. If I could offer one piece of advice when starting out on a new YouTube channel, it's don't chase the trends. Don't start a YouTube channel just because you saw someone else get famous doing it. If you don't make videos about things that you truly enjoy, you will never have the stamina to make it over the initial hump of building your audience. When you start making videos, you'll be lucky to get 2, maybe 3 views per video, maybe 5 or 10 if your friends and family are extra nice. That can be extremely discouraging, and unless you're doing something that you would normally do in your free time. What does a successful YouTube video look like to you? Does successful mean popular? Are views all that matter? Let's take a look at a few different metrics of success and see which types of YouTube videos fit into that mold. Views. Although views pay the bills, it's not the only thing you should focus on. If your video gets a lot of views, you might be onto something, but it could also be a fluke. Maybe your video went viral because you captured a historic moment at the right time. If it's not replicatable, then it's not successful, in my opinion. Not to mention that views can be bought or gamed by using misleading titles and thumbnails. Views aren't everything. Watch time. A much better metric, and the one that YouTube cares about the most, is watch time. Successful YouTubers not only keep their viewers watching to the end of their video, or near the end of the video, but they also encourage them to keep watching after it's over. If someone watches one of your videos for the first time, then another, then I would say you have a successful channel on your hands. Viewer engagement on YouTube is also an important metric, and as a creator, it might be the important metric for your long-term sustainability. Engagement is when a viewer likes, subscribes, shares, or comments on a video. If you can get a discussion going in the comments section of your video, then you know you've created something of value. Just like in our lives outside of YouTube, people want to be part of a community. And if you can create a channel where discussion is encouraged and expected, then you've created a very successful video. With all that being said, what types of videos specifically meet these criteria? Well, there's educational videos, product review videos, there's commentary, there's self-improvement videos, people like favorite or best of videos, haul videos, gaming videos. Those are just a few examples, and in fact, you can foster a healthy community with any type of video as long as there's two things. One, there's a reason for the viewer to watch to the very end of the video. You want to give them that resolution at the end of the video. And you also want there to be some kind of opinion or commentary or controversy on the topic so that people are inclined to discuss it as a community in the comment section. Getting discovered on YouTube is the most difficult part of starting a new YouTube channel. Even if you're making the most entertaining videos on the planet, starting out is still going to be kind of discouraging. The only people I've seen hit the ground running, so to speak, are those that have already amassed a large following on other social media platforms. For example, when Vine shut down, a lot of creators moved to YouTube and their very first videos received thousands or even millions of views. That kind of success right out of the gate is unrealistic for 99.9% of YouTube creators. Getting discovered on YouTube in most cases takes years, not months. So let that sink in a second. You should be prepared to be making videos for at least a year before you truly start seeing the fruits of your labor. But this isn't exclusive to YouTube. 77% of any small business relies on personal savings to get through their first year, and YouTube is a business. Like a business, you need to advertise your product, your videos, or else no one will know that they exist. But how do you advertise on YouTube? Am I supposed to pay to promote my videos? No, I don't recommend that you pay to promote your videos on YouTube, especially if you're just starting out. But you can get your videos in front of new viewers using one of two methods: search and social media. Let's talk about search first. If you're just starting out on YouTube, you must create searchable content. I'll say that again because it's perhaps the most important thing that you'll learn in this course. If you're just starting out, you must create searchable content. What do I mean by that? Well, like we discussed in our title and description sections, you should be focusing on one or two keywords as the topic of each video that you create. When someone types a topic or keyword they're interested in the search bar at the top of YouTube, your video needs to be on that list if it's related. When Google recommends other videos related to a video that someone just watched, your video needs to be in that list as well. The only way to get in the search and suggested videos list on YouTube is to create highly focused content and create titles and descriptions that accurately represent what the video is about so that YouTube knows who to recommend it to. There is so much freedom on YouTube. You can create videos about literally anything you want. I would not dismiss any idea that you might have, no matter how specific or obscure. However, your video has to be about something. If you're vlogging about your day to day life, you still need some kind of theme for that day so that it's searchable on YouTube. Even someone like Casey Neistat, who needs absolutely no help with discoverability, will still pretty frequently put out tech review videos that are highly optimized for search and discovery. I personally found Casey Neistat about 5 years ago when he did a tour of his studio. I was searching for workshop ideas, and his video was in the suggested results. Once you've built an audience like Casey has, then you have the freedom to make videos about nothing because your initial views when you release the video will carry it farther than the search results ever could. Although, if we're being honest, once you get to that point, your videos won't be about nothing, even if they seem that way. Let's look at some examples of searchable videos. This video is of a YouTube channel called Eric the Car Guy, who helps people fix their cars. And I needed to change the struts on our Honda Odyssey, so I searched at the top of YouTube, Honda Odyssey strut replacement, and his video was the first one to pop up. That's a very searchable video that is what you might call evergreen, meaning you can watch it now or you can watch it in 10 years and the content is still relevant. This is a great example of a highly searchable video. Now let's take a look at one that's maybe not so searchable. I follow a woodworking channel called Matt Cremona, and he does a weekly shop update. And so he titles these Matt's Weekly Shop Updates, which is extremely unsearchable. No one is going to search for that unless they're already a fan. But he doesn't make those videos for search. He makes those for his fans who just want to see what he's doing in his shop that week. Here's an example of a video that could have been highly searchable, but failed. Scotty Kilmer is another mechanic channel who helps people fix their cars. And in this video, he did a review or just commentary on the Carvana car buying experience. He titled the video, "Never Buy a Car from This Website." So if someone were searching for Carvana, unless the dictation happened to pick that up and include it in the search, then YouTube and the viewer has no way that this particular video is about Carvana at all. And the results speak for themselves. If you search for Carvana review, Scotty Kilmer, who has 1.8 million subscribers, is nowhere in the search. Alternatively, the channel Downshift made a properly titled video, and it outranked Scotty Kilmer even though they only have 3,000 subscribers. Part 2, self-promotion. The second way to get discovered on YouTube is to promote yourself on social media and other websites outside of YouTube. If you're active on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, or Instagram, you should be promoting your videos every time you post them. Even if it's just friends and family that are being nice, the boost in views will help prop your video up and tell YouTube that it should recommend it to others. But you should also be focusing on self-promotion in forums, websites, and other blogs. It's important not to be spammy, but if you're making videos about your passion or your hobby, it's likely that you're already active in a community where they would want to know that you made a video about it. Whether it's Facebook groups or subreddits, forums, you want to become a trusted expert in your field. And when people ask for more information about a topic, you can direct them to a video that you've already made. I'll reiterate, it's important that you do not spam unsuspecting communities or you'll lose all credibility. Don't just create a new username on some forum and post a link to every new video that you make. Become part of the community, and the opportunities for self-promotion will come up naturally, and they will be more helpful than spammy.
Hey, Phil here, and I wanted to pop in here with a little case study about how I've used evergreen content and why I feel like for my channel, that has been the most successful type of content. So putting into practice some of the things that Mike has talked about in this section so far, let's go over to my videos tab. And if you want to, you can do this yourself, or you could do this on any other YouTuber. I'm going to sort by most popular here. And here you'll see all the types of videos that I put together that are my top videos. We've got top 10 ways to make passive income, how to retire early, what is the 4% rule. So these are personal finance related videos that I created a few years ago, and it was something that I was starting to get into. I realized that this wasn't the type of video I wanted for this channel. It's not necessarily what people are coming to this channel for, but at the same time, they are in fact my most popular videos. So I leave them on the channel for now, and eventually I am planning to branch out and create a completely new channel dedicated to personal finance. And I'll direct people to that channel from these videos using things like cards and updated description and things like that. But for now, I do leave them on my channel because you never know who's going to watch this video and then end up wanting to learn some of my other things that I teach in my other videos. Heck, see this one, baseball explained in 5 minutes, another most popular video, one that gets a lot of engagement, but has nothing to do with video production, photography, anything that this channel truly is about. That being said, look at the titles of these videos and see how these videos are good now. They were good 5 years ago whenever I created them, and most of them will be applicable and good to watch in the next few years. And that's what it means by what we mean by evergreen content, and why on my channel, those are the videos that get the most views and have the most long-term success. Now, if I go back to and I sort by date added, newest, we'll see that some of the videos that I create aren't necessarily evergreen, but they're still good for my channel. They're just not the type of video that's going to get hundreds of thousands of views unless I had millions of subscribers. This one, for example, this is 2018 year in review video of Video School Online, or Happy Holidays from the Eboners. These are two videos that, after this year, no one's gonna watch these videos. No one really cares about my holiday message from 2018. I might get a few views here or there. Some people might be interested in going back and watching previous years in reviews. But here's another example. We hit 100,000 subscribers, free course giveaway. These are things that aren't evergreen, and that's completely okay to create that kind of content because it's what keeps your subscriber engaged with you. But at the same time, it's not the type of video that is going to have long-term success in most instances. So I would err on the side of trying to create more content that is evergreen than this type of video, because this type of video, you you can be successful with it. There are lots of vloggers out there, daily vloggers, weekly vloggers, who are successful at this kind of, I'll call it entertainment style video. And when I say entertainment, that's a very broad use of the term, but really what I mean is just like a daily update or a weekly update type of video that doesn't have a specific subject. Those kinds of videos are tough to have success with. Only if you are a very entertaining person yourself and can attract an audience for that kind of daily or weekly update will you have success. But for most of us, focusing on the evergreen content is going to be what wins. All right, hope you enjoyed this case study, and we'll see you in another lesson.
When you tell someone you have a YouTube channel, the first question people ask is
Hey
not how many
everybody,
views
hey Nessa Blue.
or
Everybody,
what your audience
that's my friend
retention looks
Nessa
like,
Blue, and
but
these are my
how many
new friends.
subscribers your channel has. It makes sense because it's a clear metric that people can relate to old media like TV, and it gives us a little bit of social proof. Although having a lot of subscribers is generally a good indication that a YouTube channel is successful, that's not always the case. It could be that the channel was popular at one time and they're no longer consistently uploading, or they could have had a series of viral videos that don't represent their channel well or that they're not capable of replicating. And your number of subscribers does not directly affect the success of your channel by any metric, whether it's how engaged your community is or how much you earn per month. Active subscribers do indirectly influence your channel's success in a number of ways. First, your subscribers are the first people to view your videos, and they give it a boost in the search and suggested video algorithm. If your subscribers are active viewers of your videos, you can expect several thousand views within the first few hours of posting a video. If those views translate into good watch time with strong retention and good engagement, then that's a very good indication to YouTube that they should suggest your video on the homepage or in the suggested videos page. On a healthy YouTube channel, your subscribers should be your biggest fans. They'll be the most likely to comment in your videos, they'll give you feedback, and they'll also be the most likely to support your channel monetarily through merchandise, affiliate links, or crowdfunding. So, subscribers are not something you want to overlook. And to grow the number of subscribers on your channel, you should focus on two things. One is a consistent upload schedule. We'll discuss why consistency is so important in an upcoming video, but if you want to have an active subscriber base, your audience needs to know when they can expect a video from you, and not only that, they should know what to expect that video is going to be about. That means to grow your subscribers the fastest, you should be posting on-topic videos on a consistent schedule. That schedule could be daily, weekly, or monthly, depending on your content, but we'll discuss that in another video. But to actually grow your channel, you're going to need to convert searchers into subscribers. And by that I mean when someone finds your video through search or suggested video, they should want to become a subscriber so that they don't miss any of your videos. Here's a few ways to do that. One is just to make great content. This goes without saying. If your videos can't capture the attention of a viewer and get them wanting more, and there's no reason for them to subscribe. But two, you should ask them to subscribe. At the end of each video, make a short pitch of how and why they should subscribe. The how can be just clicking the subscribe button below the video or on the end screen, and the why should be a short introduction to what your channel is about. Example, I post new recipe videos like this one every Friday. Click subscribe so you don't miss any of them. And then you put that at the end of the video. 3, show your personality. Over 300 hours of YouTube videos are uploaded to the site every minute. If someone was looking for a video about fixing their car, there's going to be 10 other videos with the exact same content. People do not subscribe to channels. They subscribe to personality. So let your personality shine through and let people get to know you so they can be more invested in your content and want to see more. Respond to comments. When searchers find your video, they might ask a question in the comments. Respond to it so that they not only see you actively manage your channel, but that you're a real person, not just some faceless video creator. Responding to comments also makes current subscribers feel more a part of the community. Value your viewers' time. Last but not least, get to the point. YouTube viewers have a decreasing attention span, so don't spend the first 5 minutes of your video talking to the camera about what you're going to do or why you're going to do it. Do it first and then explain on the way. Be ruthless in your edits and cut out anything that isn't critical to get the information across to your viewer. Value your viewers' time and they will be much more likely to watch other videos that you made because they know there's not going to be too much fluff. Perhaps one of the most underutilized promotion strategies available to YouTubers is collaboration. The basic idea is this. If you make a video with another YouTuber, both people benefit from exposure to a different audience. Subscribers from your channel might subscribe to theirs, and subscribers from their channel might subscribe to yours, and it's a win-win scenario. No one is losing viewers, you both benefit from the exposure. Collaboration has a massive growth potential, even more so than other social media postings like Twitter and Facebook, and that's because the audience of another YouTuber is already comfortable consuming video content, and that's important. You're not trying to convince someone who's scrolling through their Facebook feed to watch a video. You're showing people already watching videos, more videos that they'll probably like. And it's not only a win-win for the creators, it's a win for the viewer as well. People are hungry for more content, and if you make them aware of a similar video that they'll enjoy, that's even better. There are a few different ways you can collaborate. First is the question and answer or interview. Ask an expert or a peer in your field to do an interview. This can be done over Skype or by editing the questions and answers that you film separately in post. People love Q&As as it gives them a little bit of a background on some of their favorite creators. Another idea is to film different parts of a project and put them together in one video. In the DIY field, I often see YouTubers shipping different parts for projects around the country and then assembling them into one finished product. And this is particularly beneficial if you have two different sets of expertise in the same genre. Say, for example, a woodworker fabricating a handle for a knife forged by a blacksmith. Both are in the DIY realm of things, but the audiences are likely to be different enough to get a substantial boost from the collaboration. Another option is to swap entire videos. Another way to collaborate is to offer to make an entire video for another YouTube channel. Using our knife example, you might offer to make a short tutorial about woodworking for people with a blacksmithing background, and then you would give it to the blacksmith to post on his channel. So he gets new content that his subscribers are going to enjoy, and you get the exposure on his channel when the viewers will likely come over to your channel to see what you're all about. And lastly, you can always just meet up in person. We've done this several times with other YouTubers when we're meeting for a conference or an event somewhere. When meeting in person, you can use any of the above methods, whether that's an interview or working on screen together on a project. But how exactly is it done? How do you get YouTubers to agree to collaborate? Simply write an email or send them a direct message on Twitter or Facebook. It's that simple. Be confident and direct and have a plan in mind. That helps. But I found that most often people are interested. One tip, though, is to not just focus on the big YouTubers that you look up to the most. I won't say it's not worth a shot to reach out to Casey Neistat, but he likely gets more offers for sponsorships and collaborations in a day that we've gotten in our entire career. Instead, try and collaborate with people who have similar audiences of about the same size or smaller than yours. This levels the playing field a bit and brings both channels up together like the rising of a tide.
Phil here with another case study looking at one of my successful collaborations. It's something that, as Mike said, is one of the best ways to grow your own YouTube channel. And one of the main reasons is because you can work with someone who might have their own audience and they can send people to your channel. So what I did here was a collaboration with another video creator, Caleb Wojcik. And I knew he already had his own website, he had a podcast, and he had a YouTube channel that I personally followed myself. So I reached out to him once and asked if he wanted to do a collaboration. And what we did was we exchanged sort of videos for each other's channel. So we did a 3-part series on audio recording tips for video production, and here's one of those videos, and you can see that it has over 100,000 views. One of my more popular videos. Again, it's an evergreen topic, so that's good. And we also have a couple other videos here: shotgun microphones and how to record great audio. 2 more evergreen style videos. On his channel, I created an After Effects motion graphics sort of mini series of videos as well. And I know from his channel that these are some very popular channels or popular videos of his. So here you see the video that I created for his channel. This is the first video in the series, Introduction to After Effects. And just in terms of best practices on collaborating, not only do you want to post the videos, but you want to try to create some sort of engagement. So I think it's fair to say that what you should do is link to the person's channel or their other social media pages or websites. So we've done that in our description, as you can see here. And also, when you do post or when someone posts a video of you on their channel, you want to make sure to comment on that video. So here you can see if I scroll down, Caleb posted a comment on this video, just asking or requesting any questions if people had them. And then I did the same on the After Effects videos that we posted on his channel here. And so this is a great way just so people know who you are, you're introduced to their audience. And not only should you do this via, the description and comments, but within the video itself, you should also mention who it is, talk about where you can find out more information, link and how to get to their channel, prompt them to subscribe to your collaborator's channel as well. That's what YouTube is all about. It's all about creating that community and enjoying the community of YouTubers that are out there. And it's kind of a win-win situation. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, you don't have to only collaborate with YouTubers who have massive audiences. This is one thing I always talk about when people ask about this. try collaborating with people who are just getting started out, or you see that are starting a trajectory of growth, because you never know if they're going to be the next big YouTube star. And if you have a video, or if they have a video with you in their channel and they start to grow, people are going to see that as they grow. Of course, it's nice to collaborate with people with bigger audiences, and that's going to have an initial better increase in your subscribers and people finding out about you, but it's still worth doing it to smaller YouTubers as well. All right, I'm going to end this video now so you don't have to look at my silly face here anymore. But my challenge to you right now is to go out and plan a collaboration. You can find YouTubers' email addresses by going to their channel. We saw this, how we set this up in our own videos or for our own channel earlier. But if you go to the About section for any YouTuber, if they've set it up properly, you can click View Email Address under their details and contact them that way. Or you might have to do a little bit more work and search them on Google, find out that their website or contact information on social media or something like that. Awesome. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson.
Consistency is critical for building an audience on any platform, but it's particularly important on YouTube. As we've discussed, YouTube has a lot of control over your growth potential, and we want to be on their search and suggestion engine as much as possible. And in fact, YouTube has been very specific about consistency. In our YouTube partner meetings, they've even gone as far to say that if we have 3 videos ready to upload, you'd be better off posting once a week instead of 3 all at once. As a consumer of YouTube videos, I also look for consistent uploads before I consider subscribing. Generally, if I see a video I like, I'll see how many subscribers they have because I have that instinctual need for social proof, but then I'll see if they post videos regularly. Often the video I'm watching is a one-hit viral wonder, so I'll move on. But if someone is making an effort to upload every week consistently, I'll subscribe for more videos. How critical is it to post the same day every single week? Well, I think it used to be a big deal to post the same time on the same days every week, but now with the subscription notifications and the recommended video page on the homepage, I just don't think viewers really notice if you post at exactly the same time on the exact same day every week. But showing that you're committed to making videos regularly is still very important. In our YouTube career, we've had our ups and downs with consistent posting. However, our foundation of our channel was built by posting 2 videos a week, every week for about 2 years. Now, our schedule is more flexible now, and our YouTube channel and our careers have changed a bit, but our monthly views definitely reflect that change. All that to say, I don't think viewers are going to notice if you post on a Thursday instead of a Friday one week, but they will notice if you don't post a video every week at some point. Consistency is also for your benefit. If you're just starting out, I think consistency is equally important for you as it is for the viewer. As a new YouTuber, there's a huge tendency to suffer from analysis paralysis, meaning you don't think a video is good enough to post, or you don't think you have any ideas for new videos. And having a strict schedule forces you to post whether you think a video is ready or not. Am I saying that you should be posting suboptimal content just to adhere to some schedule that you made up yourself? Yes. When you're just starting out, you have no audience to impress, and it's the perfect time, if you're not quite sure about the type of videos you want to make, just to post everything you make and just see what sticks. The key is to keep posting. Have a strict schedule and tell yourself that you're going to upload rain or shine, and let that boost in your productivity be the confidence that allows you to create more content. How many days per week should you be uploading? It really depends on the type of content that you create. If you're a gamer, a daily stream might make sense. But if you're animating using After Effects or you're songwriting, once a month might even be a stretch for new videos. But for most types of videos, I think posting once or twice a week is really the sweet spot between consistencies and burning out.
Hey, welcome back to the YouTube Masterclass. In this section, we're going to go over live streaming. Live streaming has become such a big part of YouTube and social media in general, and we wanted to dedicate an entire section to it. In this first lesson, we're going to go over what is live streaming, the requirements, and the basics of what you can do on YouTube. So let's get straight into it. If it's not self-explanatory, live streaming is where you actually go on camera, on video, live. So you are there, you are interacting, the audience is watching you live. And there's multiple ways to do this with YouTube. You can do it with the desktop app, and you can also do it with the mobile app. And on YouTube, there's multiple ways to do this. You can do this straight through the desktop and also on the mobile app. The way you do it is a little bit different on each, and they have been making some recent changes to this, but we're going to be going over the multiple ways that you can on the desktop in this course. Currently, there's 3 ways to go live with your desktop. One is Stream Now, where you're basically going live using an external app, which allows you to have multiple cameras, multiple angles. You could adjust your camera settings. You can stream your desktop, your webcam, multiple things, change your shots, do all kinds of stuff. That's a little bit more advanced, and we'll be going over how to do this. There's also the live events feature. So this is where you can create an upcoming event, so scheduling out a live stream. And then there's just a new feature called camera, where it basically opens up your webcam and you just start going live right then and there with your webcam. If you're sitting there wondering, what should I live stream about? It really could be anything, but some of the most beneficial things are live Q&As, live office hours. You can do interviews, webinars, trainings, or if you have any sort of live event that you want to cover. For example, this is something silly, but my younger brother, when he was in high school, he was on the robotics team, and they had robotics competitions that they would actually just live stream on YouTube using their webcam. So it was an actual event, super simple setup just with a webcam, but that was something that people from all around the world could tune into. For you growing your channel, I think doing some sort of like monthly live stream or even weekly live stream is a good idea. In my photography course, one of my other courses, we actually do live streams, not on YouTube, but they are on Facebook. And similarly, you can actually do live streams on both Facebook and YouTube at the same time with a tool called Restream. We're not going to go over that in this class because I've never used it, but I know other YouTubers have used that so that they can live stream on multiple platforms at once. That's Restream. But it's great because all of the members of our Facebook group and our community look forward to those live streams. We do announcements, we do photo critiques, we do competitions, and we also do live Q&A. So at the very least, you can start out by doing just like an Ask Me Anything and let people ask you questions live and interact with them. That's the best thing you can do. And another cool thing is to do interviews. Collaborations with other YouTubers is a great way to build your audience. And doing it live is even stronger and even better because you can interact with your audiences then and there. In terms of requirements to get started with live streaming, you do have to verify your account and specifically enable live streaming. I'm going to show you this in just a second, but it might take up to 24 hours to get started. And then, like I mentioned, for the Stream Now feature, if you want to stream things like your desktop and be able to add like title cards to your video and switch from camera angle from, for example, one camera to the other, or from your talking head camera to your screen, you're going to have to use an external app like OBS, Open Broadcaster Software, or Ecamm Live, which is what I use. And really quickly, before we look at how you enable this on your account and where you go to do that, a couple tools you'll need are a webcam and a USB microphone just to up the quality of your stream. So I would recommend not necessarily using the built-in webcam for your computer, because getting an external one like a Logitech C920 is going to boost that quality of your webcam. And then also getting an external USB microphone is a good idea too. And remember, if you watch the equipment recommendations section, we covered all of this equipment there. So here we are on my dashboard in the Studio Beta version. And if you want to go to the live stream, just hover over other features and choose live events. Or if you want, you can just go to status and features, and this goes to the page with all of your features where live streaming is, and we're going to click enable. So now you can see that it says, congratulations, you've been enabled for live streaming. But like I mentioned, it's going to take 24 hours to actually activate our account. Here we can see the 3 methods for going live: stream now, events, and camera. So in the next lessons, we're going to be going over these 3 methods of getting started with live streaming. All right, so I've switched over to my personal channel, which is already verified, and we're going to go over the 3 methods. But first, we're going to start with the easiest, which is the newest, and that's the camera method. So this allows you to simply go live with a webcam. So if you're on the Creator Studio, click live streaming. If you're in the beta version, you'll have to hover over the other options and then click live stream, or just go back to the Creator Studio beta or classic version. Click camera. All right, so now this brings up a window where we can start streaming right now, or we can stream in the future. So say we want to do live office hours, type in the title. You can choose to have it public or unlisted. Unlisted would be great if you want this to be some sort of like private training or webinar. If you want, you can schedule it for later. So for some sort of upcoming date, which is great because then you can invite your audience. You can click more, and you can choose more sort of settings. This is the description. So you might want to add a description to your live stream, the category, and then the tools that you're using. So this first option is your camera. So make sure you're using the camera that you want. I'm using an external app called CamTwist so that I can use my Canon C100 actually as a webcam. I'm also using the Zoom H6 for my microphone, which is the Heil PR40, which is my way of getting my XLR microphone into my computer. There are some advanced settings to like disallow the chat if you want an age restriction, or if you want to if you are promoting something in your live stream, which is not typically allowed on YouTube, you can check this on to allow that. Then you could also enable monetization, so people are going to see an ad. All right, so I'm going to make it sure it's unlisted, click next, and then it's just going to say smile for the thumbnail. Okay, so now we can retake the thumbnail if we want. So there we have our thumbnail, or we can, silly face right there, or we can upload a custom thumbnail. And this is cool because you can see if viewers are waiting, if viewers are on the link. So you can like click share, for example, and you can share this link to your audience. If you're ready to go live, you just click go live. It's going to start going live actually. So here you can see I'm actually going live with my camera here, which is the Canon C100 plugged in. I got my Heil PR40 microphone. This is what I look like behind the scenes of recording this course. And then any chats are going to show up here, and you could respond to chats as well. And so I don't see anything right now because I'm not actually live streaming and people can't see this. You can choose the way that you view your chat. So if you want just the top chat, which it shows the best messages and it doesn't block spam or anything like that, or live chat, which shows everything. When you're ready to be done with the live stream, I'm going to click end stream here. Click end stream and click end. And that ends the actual live stream. Cool. So this is going to be saved to our YouTube library as a video now that we can share later. We can even download it from YouTube using the video tab. So here we see that it takes us to our events tab, which shows us our past live streams. So from here, we can edit it. We can go to the video itself, share it. So if I click on this, I'm actually going live with my camera here. There you can see that that's the live stream that we created with that method. Cool. So that's a super easy way to go live stream now. It's probably the easiest. And in the next lessons, we're going to go over some more advanced ways so that you can not only go live with your video webcam, but also showing your desktop and things like that. All right, in this lesson, we're going to look at the events option for doing a live stream. I will say this is kind of redundant now that they have the camera feature. I would recommend just using the camera feature because you can create upcoming events that way. But if you are still using the events tab, basically you go here. I can see that I have upcoming some live streams that I created, but I actually never did. So those show up there. I can delete those. Or if you want to see any completed or ones that you're actually doing right now, you can see that with this drop down menu. But if you want to create a new live event, click this button in the top right for new live event. So here, it's a very similar dashboard as if you were uploading a new video. So similar to just adding a new video, you can add a title, live Q&A via events. You can set a time. So again, this is great if you want to invite people, you put it at a future date. You can choose the privacy settings, all your basic settings here, similar to uploading a new video. Then you choose the type. So here is where it might come in handy if you are using a different video encoder like Open Broadcaster software, or if you don't have that, which I'm going to go over in the next lesson, you can use this quick method using Google Hangouts on Air. The reason why I feel like this is redundant at this point is because it has this camera option, which I think and I feel that YouTube is going to move towards. And so when you're watching this class in the future, potentially this option is not even going to be available and just the camera option is going to be available. But for now, since we've already seen the camera option, I am going to show you what it looks like using the Google Hangouts on Air option. So if you are going live right now and not in the future, you click go live now and it's going to open up a new window. It takes a beat for it to actually get ready. When you're ready, click OK. It's going to open up the Google Hangouts on Air dashboard. Hello again. So it's getting everything set up. And here you can do things that you could do on Google Hangouts, such as inviting other people to your live stream. So this is a great way if you are doing interviews or things like that, you can invite co-hosts or guests. You can, with this, as it is Google Hangouts, you can mute people's microphones, mute your own microphone. You can change the settings. So clicking that settings button will bring up the camera audio settings, which is cool. Over on the right-hand side, you have all the chat. So this is the chat for the people who are in the live video with you, not your viewers. And then over on the left-hand side, the cool thing is that you have, again, this button for chat, but you have an option for screen sharing. So if I click screen share, I can screen share my entire screen or just an application window this way using Google Hangouts on Air. You can also act as cameraman, which is an external Google app that allows you to switch between different cameras or different people who are participating. Similarly, the control room is great if you are hosting an event with multiple people and you can mute mics, turn up the volume of people's mics, etc. There are additional apps if you click the add app button. And there's all kinds of different things here that can help you. And so once you have everything set up, just a quick note, you can share this by clicking this links button down here. It's kind of small, but if you click that, you have a YouTube page. So other people will actually see this on a YouTube page itself, or you can embed it into a web page on your website if you want people to actually watch it on your website. So as you can see, this method gives you a few more options than just going the camera method. When you're ready, click Start Broadcast. It just says, okay, you're ready. You can broadcast for up to 8 hours. And once this says live down here at the bottom, it means we are live. So this is actually live streaming now. And if we're doing calls and things like that, or an interview, you would go through that and then click stop broadcast when you're done. So the benefit of this is that you can have multiple people. And as you can see that I'm still on the Hangouts on Air page, but I'm not streaming live. So this is great if you are conversing with your guests and getting ready, or if you need to do like some sort of wrap up at the end of the day, then you can do this and still be on camera with your guests, but not actually streaming. Using this events option is a great way to actually have meetings and record meetings with clients too. Now I've gone back to my events page, and you can see that this live Q&A via events has been added to my events. Also, if you head over to your videos, whether you're on the Creator Studio or YouTube Studio Beta, you can see your videos here. And from here, this is where you can find more information. After a minute, you will be able to download these MP4s. So from here, you can download, and that's where you could actually use this and re-upload it to other websites, social media. You could chop it up, edit it, things like that to repurpose the content. Cool. So that's a step further, a little bit more advanced. And lastly, we're going to go over the live streaming method, Stream Now. Hey everyone, welcome to a new lesson. In this one, we're going to be looking at how to use the Stream Now feature and how to use an external encoder app such as OBS, Open Broadcaster Software, to live stream, which gives us more power and more functionality. So the first thing I'm on right here on YouTube, as you can see, is under live streaming. I'm under Stream Now. So this is the Stream Now page. And before we get to everything here on the right-hand side of the screen, what you can do here is set up all of your settings. So first, you have your basic settings right here, which is your basic information, title, description. You can create a schedule for this, privacy, category, all the things that we've seen in the other live streaming options. You also have some stream options, again, more advanced controls. So if you want to make an archive of this video when you're done, you can check this on and make it unlisted rather than live. You can choose a stream option. So if you want higher resolution, you choose normal latency. If you want lower latency, but it will be more live, no sort of delay or anything like that, it won't support things like 4K resolutions or closed captions. You can choose ultra low latency. Down below, you have your super chat. So if you do enable super chat and you want, this is the way that people can pay you while you're doing a live stream, you'll see that there. Over on the right hand side, you just see your normal chat. So this is where you can, if you have a lot of viewers and there's a lot of chat going on, the super chat pops up here. So it's easier to see. Okay. So over on the right-hand side, there's a kind of checklist of how you set up your encoding software and all of this. So if you're brand new and you want to kind of DIY it, do it yourself, you can go through these options. I'm going to show you how to set this up with OBS in just a second, which is what this is on the right-hand side. You can see your viewers, you can see all kinds of stuff here, and a link to share this live stream on the right-hand side. One thing to take note of down below is your encoder setup. So this is your server reveal, your server URL, and your stream name and key, which you're going to have to input into your encoder for this to work. So how does this work? It's basically having some sort of software on your computer talk to YouTube, and it actually creates the stream rather than doing it right within the web browser like we saw in the events and camera option. So moving over to the right-hand side, we have OBS. This is Open Broadcaster Software. There's a lot you can do with it, but I'm going to show you the basic options, just how to get started with doing this for YouTube. So the first thing you'll notice is that there's no video, there's no audio in OBS. So we actually have to set that up ourselves, and that's done under Sources. Click the little plus button once you've downloaded OBS from online. And we're going to add three things. One is video capture. So video capture is going to be our webcam. You can rename it if you want, but basically this allows us to choose an input webcam device. Now I'm choosing my Cam Twist app, but typically you would just pick whatever your webcam plugged into your camera is. You can choose what preset for the stream quality here. Next, we're going to click plus and choose audio input capture. So I'm going to title this microphone. And then you choose whichever one you want. I'm choosing H6, which is my XLR mic that's plugged in. Click OK. Now, the power of this is we can actually move this around. This is why this is so powerful. We can move our video around, make it smaller or bigger. We can add multiple inputs. Cool stuff. We can even add our desktop. So if we click plus, add display capture, we'll call this desktop. Click OK. Now we can choose whether we want it to be the full desktop or a crop. So you can choose manual or to a specific window. For example, if we just want to show OBS or one of the OBS items, let's see which one's the full OBS. Right there, we can choose OBS or just any of the other things. We're going to do our whole desktop. So let's go back to none. So we're showing our full desktop and click OK. Now we want to put our webcam on top of this. So let's actually literally just click and drag our webcam and move it on top of the desktop. So now this is how we can create a live stream. For example, if we were gaming or if we were doing some sort of other video where we want to have our webcam and our desktop, we can make it, split screen, something like this, or we could put us down in the bottom corner, however you want it. Maybe you're doing some sort of presentation and you have a slideshow in the background. So we have me on the left-hand end of the screen and the slideshow on the right-hand side of the screen. I'm going to put myself in the bottom corner for now, like that. All right, so that's pretty good. You can change these settings by clicking on like microphone or going to your mixer and increasing or decreasing the volume of your microphone. The other cool thing is we can create scenes. So if we click plus, we can create a scene. Let's call this scene 2, talking head. Okay. Now scene 2, let's just add our video. So we're going to add video. You can rename it if you want. And of course, we want to add our audio so that people can hear us. Again, you can rename this. I'm just doing this for an example though, and we put us live stream. Now what we can do actually while we are live streaming is move from a full screen talking head video to this view. Pretty cool, huh? And you can create different scenes. Then the last thing you need to do before we start streaming is set up our encoder settings. So click settings, go down to stream, and this is where we take this stream information here and paste it. So we're going to paste that. And then the stream name and key is very important to keep secret because if someone else has it, they can actually stream to your channel. So you're going to click the reveal button, you're going to copy it, and then you're going to paste it into the stream key. So I'm not going to show you that. So I'm just going to copy paste this. All right, so once you've copied it and pasted it, click OK. And now we're ready to stream. So how do we get started? We actually do it within the encoder software and not within YouTube. So I'm going to go to my talking head and I'm going to pretend this is a live stream. So what we do is we click start streaming. It's going to start streaming. And then over here on the left-hand side, you'll see in our stream now dashboard that it's going to go from offline to starting. Once it starts, we're going to start our stream. So it's just saying starting, and now it looks like we are live. So I would say, hey, everyone, welcome to this live stream. Phil Ebener here, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get into some cool stuff. So we're going to cut to scene 2, and we're going to show you what's on the desktop. And now let's get going with gaming, blah, 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 talking about that. We're gaming. And now we are cutting back to scene 2. So you can see here on the left-hand side that the stream is a little bit delayed, and it's a better idea to actually get started with talking as soon as you start your stream over here. Once you are done streaming, again, it's not something that you change over here on YouTube. It's down here, stop streaming. And then one more thing, while I am live streaming this is the link. If you want to share this live stream, you just can copy that. Or if you want to view it yourself, click view on watch page. And this will allow you to view the live stream as if you were an actual viewer. Okay. Cool. So this is the stream now feature. Let me actually stop streaming. So I'm going to click stop streaming. And once I do that, you will see that up here that this live will actually turn off once it kind of catches up. Just above here, you can see the time elapsed, people watching. So again, it's just a lot more that you can do than compared to the events or camera method, but you do have to have this external app. So as you can see here, its stream is complete. It's going to upload it to your channel, and eventually you'll be able to find it in the video manager and start to see analytics on this live stream itself. Cool. So that's the stream now feature. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, I'm going to show you one more tool that I use for going live, which I've found to be very helpful. It's called Ecamm Live. Now, this is only available for Mac users. So if you're not using a Mac, sorry, this is just for Mac users. If you're using a PC, this basically does a similar thing that OBS does, but it's a little bit more user-friendly. You can see here at their website, ecamm.com, that they have a free trial, or you can purchase it for $79. So once you get it installed, I'm going to show you how you actually set it up. So I'm switching over to Ecamm Live here. All right, so once you have Ecamm Live, and you can see me in the screen now, once you have it installed, I have it already set up, but basically it does a lot of things that you saw in the OBS lesson in the last lesson. So up at the top, you can choose your camera, you can choose your microphone. Another thing you can do is add overlays. So for example, I have like my logo, for example, that I can use as an overlay. You can add text, images, you can even add movies. So this is if you're doing a live stream and you have like a video you want to play during the live stream, you can do that with overlays. You can also record straight within this Ecamm Live as well to your computer. So you have the higher quality video. And then you can choose whether you want to stream to YouTube, Facebook, etc. So here in the bottom right-hand corner of Ecamm Live, you can choose the destination. So the built-in options are YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook. I'm on YouTube right now.
I just want to congratulate you, Pastor Energy. So happy for you. So happy for you. When you going live, let me know. I tap in, and if you need help, or if you you could have actually went live before 500 if you haven't already. With like StreamYard, OBS, and stuff. But let me know when you going live. I'll join you.
Now you can choose it for it to be public, unlisted, or private. You can choose it for it to be unscheduled or live. So or rather scheduled or live. So I'm going to do now unscheduled. Over on the left-hand side, you can choose a title. So testing out testing Ecamm Live, and then a description. Here is a description. Cool. And then similar to OBS, you can create actual scenes. So if you open up the window for scenes, you can see the scenes that I've set up. So basically click plus to create a new scene, and then you adjust your camera settings. And for example, if you want, you can add a desktop. So for example, clicking this button here shows the desktop and my video. So we can move my video around, put it in the bottom corner. We can exit the video or add the video. To add the video back, we click this button right here. So up here at the top, it goes from video, full screen, to desktop. This is a movie if you want to play a video file. And then if you want to get rid of the video player on top of the desktop, you just click this button right here. You can choose to show a specific application. You can choose your entire screen, etc. So if I want to show ScreenFlow, for example, if I'm doing a tutorial on how I use ScreenFlow, I can just choose the ScreenFlow app, and it's not going to show any other other thing in the background. Even though right now I'm actually looking at a browser, in the stream, it would only show ScreenFlow, for example. All right, so you can set up your scenes, you can name them, you can lock them so that you can't make changes. And then during the live stream, you can switch between them. So I can use the keyboard shortcut Command 1 to go to the full screen, Command 2 to go to the new screen. I have different ones, pick and pick, which is what it looks like. And then desktop, for example, this is my just desktop without video. So these are just quick ways to switch from camera view to camera view. When you're ready to go live, just click the Go Live button. And we are unlisted, right? So we're unlisted. Now we are going live on YouTube. So let me go over and see on YouTube what this is going to look like. So notice that I just clicked the view little button right here. So now our live stream is showing up and we can see that on our desktop. And so you might want to open this up on another computer or something so you can see it. Another window you have is comments and reactions. So this is built into Ecamm Live. You can see the comments and things that are coming in through YouTube right here in this app. When you're done streaming, just click the finish button and click end broadcast, and it's going to actually save the file. And you can see the post on YouTube here by clicking this button. You can delete the post if you don't want it to be on YouTube, or you can just see the file that has been automatically saved to your computer here, right here. Cool. All right, so that's how you use Ecamm Live. I know most of you aren't going to be using Ecamm Live, but if you have any questions about it, please feel free to let me know, and I'll try to help you out as best as possible. So that's the live streaming section. We've gone over the ways that you can go live on YouTube. If you have questions, please let me know about any of them. And of course, as things change on YouTube, we will try to update them. But now I think you know the basics and you'll be ready to go live on YouTube.
Welcome back to the YouTube Masterclass. In this section, we're going to be talking about making money on YouTube. We'll cover ad revenue through Google AdSense, YouTube Premium, affiliate marketing, merchandising, and crowdfunding. Whether your goal is to make $100 a month on YouTube or thousands and thousands of dollars per month, this is the section for you. If you've ever been browsing the web and noticed an advertisement in the sidebar or pop up on screen, it was very likely that Google served that ad. Through a service that they call AdSense, Google offers a pay-per-click model for website and blog owners who want to monetize their content. And the network is huge. As a YouTuber, you also have access to that network of ads and the potential to earn money from your YouTube channel with one small catch. To be considered for the YouTube Partner Program and get access to monetization, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time in the previous 12 months. So that's the bad news. The good news is that 4,000 hours of watch time over the course of a year would likely not even be enough money to reach the $100 payout threshold that Google requires for a payment. Still, I understand that's a pretty big bummer for new YouTubers. Even if you were only making $5.
Okay, pass the energy, and also don't forget, follow me on IG. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to inbox me or DM me and ask me. I will walk you through anything I know, and if I don't know it, I know how to find the solution for you. So just don't hesitate. Okay, we're building the community, so you don't have to do it by yourself and struggle.
A month, that's still more than zero. And that could have been really motivating. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules, but I can explain how the YouTube Partner Program works so that once you reach that threshold, you have something to look forward to. Assuming your account is in good standing, you create advertiser-friendly content, and you have no copyright strikes on your videos, you'll have the option to monetize your videos with a pre-roll, skippable, and if the video is longer than 10 minutes, a mid-roll ad. When a viewer watches an ad in its entirety
And
or
I
clicks
forgot
on
to
it,
add,
meaning they don't
add that
click
it's
that
all
skip
free.
after
It's all
5-second
free too,
button,
so don't
you get a
don't
small
hesitate.
commission. And although it's against YouTube's terms of service to reveal our exact cost per thousand or CPM, you can expect to earn somewhere between $1 and $3 for every 1,000 views you receive on your channel. So to calculate how much you might make off a video, divide the number of views by 1,000 and then multiply by 3. Let's look at a couple examples. So a video with 1 million views would make about $3,000. A video with 1,000 views would make about $3. It could be less if your channel is difficult to monetize, like gaming, or it could be more if it's easier to monetize, like health or financial services. Every month, Google AdSense will either direct deposit or send you a check for the previous month's earnings. Now, you might be getting discouraged that you don't have access to monetization just yet, but keep this in mind. Without pre-roll ads, if you monetized your videos, viewers are more likely to see your video rather than quickly clicking off somewhere else just to avoid the ad. So this might actually help to grow your channel even faster because you'll have a more loyal audience without the ads. 2, without the lure of creating highly monetizable content, you can instead focus on your human audience. Create content that people want to watch and subscribe to, and your channel will naturally grow, and then you'll be eligible for the partner program sooner than you think. Channel memberships and super chats are another way you can make money from your YouTube channel directly through YouTube. Similar to Patreon, channel memberships allow viewers to pay a monthly recurring fee to get unique badges or new emojis or members-only posts in the community tab and access to custom perks offered by the creators. We personally have not seen a huge return from channel memberships, so we just turned them off because it was a distraction. And there's also an argument to be made that crowdfunding is better served from a third-party service like Patreon, so that if YouTube were to ever delete or ban your channel, or to simply go out of business, your audience would still have a way to support you and to see your latest updates. Super Chat is a way for fans and creators to interact in live chat. Fans can purchase Super Chats to highlight their messages within the chat during a live stream or a premiere. In practice, this means you get one-time tips from fans in exchange for highlighting their questions in the chat and answering their questions first. For live streams and premieres, this is a great way to boost your monthly income. Channel sponsors are one of the best ways to increase the income on your YouTube channel. Not only do they pay much better than traditional pre-roll advertisements, but as a creator, you can choose the sponsors that you know will benefit your audience. Unlike ad revenue, which is largely out of your control, channel sponsorships are directly in your control. You can choose who sponsors you, how much they pay, when to include the advertisement in your video. But how do you get sponsors, and how much should you charge? Let's dive right in. You can either seek sponsorships out yourself, or you can wait for companies to start contacting you. We've done both. Our first sponsorship offers started coming in when we hit around 10,000 subscribers. Although I've had friends on YouTube who've secured pretty lucrative deals at 5,000 subscribers. How soon you can start seeking sponsorships depends on the topic and focus of your videos. If you're daily vlogging, it's going to be difficult for you to find sponsors until you're generating millions of views per month. However, if you have a very specific targeted audience, you can start much sooner. For example, if you have a YouTube channel that focuses strictly on nail art and manicures, it's entirely possible that you might find a company that makes a particular nail polish to sponsor you very early on in your YouTube career. Remember that companies need to see a return on their investment. This isn't just free money that they're handing out. If you can't convert their sponsorship dollars into more sales revenue than they've spent on you, then it doesn't make financial sense. If you do have a product in mind that you think would be a good fit for your channel, start reaching out to companies and offer sponsorship opportunities. Simply call or email the companies directly and ask for their marketing department. Similar to collaborations, there's no secret formula for this. You simply ask for what you want, and sometimes you'll get it, sometimes you won't. In my experience, if you reach out to a company that aren't expecting, your call or your email, you're much more likely to get a product rather than actual cash. If you're already using the product though in your videos, this can be great, but it doesn't pay the bills. So how much should I be charging? Well, there's one thing that's very important, and it's that you don't undersell yourself. As your channel starts to grow, you'll be getting offers for free products constantly. This can feel great, but if you take products without actual compensation for your advertising efforts, then you're really selling yourself short. Use a website like Social Blue Book to get a rough idea of what you should be charging for sponsors. In our experience, their figures are a little on the low side, but it's a good starting point for negotiations. If you don't want to create an account, for rough figures, expect advertisers to pay $15 to $25 per 1,000 views on a video. So if your average video gets 10,000 views, don't settle for less than $150 per video. If you have a very highly targeted audience, like the nail art channel we used as an example, you can charge upwards of $50 or $100 per 1,000 views. So as you can see, sponsorships can be much more profitable than ad revenue, and they're definitely worth exploring. Of course, if you're creating dedicated review videos or original content for companies to post on their own channels, you would want to charge a much higher rate. Our current rule of thumb for dedicated content is $1,000 for the first minute and then $500 for each minute thereafter. Another way to generate income for your YouTube channel is to sell merchandise or digital products that you create. This is our favorite method of monetization, and it currently makes up about 75% of our monthly income. On our YouTube channel, we sell 4 different online courses, including the one you're a student of right now. And the benefits of digital products and merchandise is that you're not relying on another company to continue sponsorship with you. You're in control of the product, the marketing, and the delivery to your customer, your audience. If people on YouTube enjoy watching your videos, they'll likely be interested in purchasing other products from you as well. Merchandise can include shirts, hats, mugs, or things more specific to your channel. Jaco Whatever just launched sales of a utility knife that he designed and manufactured himself specifically for makers, and it's done very well. If you have a 3D printing channel, you could sell models of your designs. If you make music, you could sell albums or exclusive tracks. But even if you don't control the manufacturing or delivery of a physical product, you can still advertise and make a commission for those products using affiliate links. The most popular affiliate program on YouTube is definitely Amazon. Because Amazon stocks nearly everything you can imagine, you can include an Amazon link in the description of your video for just about anything. And if a viewer clicks on that link to learn more, you'll earn between a 4 and 10% commission on the product. Not only do you earn a commission on the item you linked, but you also earn a commission on any item they purchase on Amazon within 24 hours. As you can imagine, all those sales add up fast, and that is why you see so many reviews of Amazon products on YouTube. Creators will try to include as many links as possible to boost their monthly commissions. But if you really want to earn passive income from your YouTube channel, digital products like ebooks, albums, and courses offer the best return for your time. Unlike physical products, which require manufacturing and storage and delivery, digital products can be sold 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even while you sleep. Delivery is instant, and so are the payments. Your time is invested all up front to create the product, but then there really isn't any need afterwards except to answer a few questions here and there. Courses and ebooks make great additions to YouTube channels because they are premium products for dedicated fans, but wouldn't necessarily do well on YouTube because of their long length. You can use third-party services like eJunkie or WooCommerce, Thinkific, Udemy, and Teachable to manage your payments and deliver the content for a reasonable fee, while all you have to do is just collect the check once a month.
Hey, Phil here with a case study on making money from my YouTube videos. So, the main way that I actually make money is through selling my own digital products and services. I have made money in the past with YouTube ad revenue, and that still comes in as well. But really, I find that selling your own products is a better way to make money, because even with a lower amount of views, you can still make a lot of money. So my products that I sell, as you are in one of them, are online courses. So that's the main way that I make money online. And the main way that I promote these courses from YouTube is just including links in the description. I've also used things like cards and also calls to action within a video to let people know that they can buy a full course on this topic. And here are some examples, and then I'm going to actually go in and show you how much money I have been making with these kinds of links. So here's a Premiere Pro video. It's just a general introduction. And here at the top of the description, I have a link to get a discount off the full course. And so this strategy was basically targeting anyone who wants to learn Adobe Premiere Pro. I gave away free content related to the course, and then I offered the upgrade to the full course. So this is going to work differently if you have a different product. Obviously, if you're selling shoes, you can't say, okay, here, I'm going to give you a free shoe, and then once you buy the shoe, I'll give you the other the other side of the pair. But for online digital products, this strategy works really well, where you can give some sort of free information away via a YouTube video and then directly sell to them the full product through the description. Here's a couple more examples. Here's a photography masterclass, a link. Again, it's just a link at the top of the description. So anyone who wants this course can get it. This video itself is not actually an educational video. This is just a promotional sort of commercial for the course, but still it's gotten over 150,000 views, and it works well for converting viewers to purchasers. Here's another one that's more of that first strategy of putting out a full tutorial. So here's a tutorial on After Effects. It's a beginner basic tutorial, and I find that marketing to beginners and people who are just getting into a topic is a good strategy, because we can teach them some new skills, but then also offer them a complete course that, or a complete product that will help them advance their skills even further. And then lastly, we have another just example just to show you the range of topics and courses and products I have. Here's an Adobe Lightroom editing tutorial. And similarly, I just have a link to the course for sale in the description. So does this actually work? And the truth is, yes, it does. I'm going to go over to my revenue reports on the course site Udemy, where you might be watching this course. This is where I host most of my courses. So here I have some of this information blurred out just because I didn't want to share all of this information in this course. On the left-hand side is my total earnings for the month. And in the middle, what you see though is the actual um, earnings from my promotions for this month. This was May 2018. Just popped up some old months for examples. So you can see that I have different promotions that I've run. Some of these are email campaigns, some of these are promotional campaigns on the Udemy platform. But down below, you'll see a few that are from YouTube. So YouTube 25, YouTube 10. These are coupons for courses at $25 and $10. So I sell my courses depending on the course, $10 on YouTube, $25 on YouTube. And so it's not full-time income by any means at this point, but it's an extra $400, almost $500 just from old YouTube videos promoting my courses. This one right here, Video School 15, this is from people coming from my website, which might actually be people who come from YouTube. They see a video of mine and then they end up on my website itself and buying a course. Here's a couple more months. So here is April. So here you see, again, YouTube 25, $363. It doesn't show all the coupons that, or the promotions that I did. The YouTube 10 coupon probably made a couple $100 as well. Video School 15. So pretty much this is just passive income at this point from people buying the courses. Here's another one, just to show you that this continues to work. July from last year, YouTube 25, another $280. Let's go to a couple more. June, YouTube 10, YouTube 25, Video School 15. There are some ebbs and flows in the online course market. So over the summer months, things do tend to slow down. Here's another one, YouTube 10, YouTube 25, and one more month just to show you all these examples. YouTube 25, Video School 15. So hopefully these examples show you what you can do. And this is just for me and my business on Udemy, selling online courses, but this could be anything. This could be you selling stock photos. This could be selling, pool supplies. This could be selling coffee. Whatever it is that you sell, you can actually convert people from YouTube to a purchaser. Now, the advice I have though is that people come to YouTube to get free content. They are not used to paying for content because they want everything for free. That's why they're on YouTube after all. So it does take a little bit of effort to warm them up and to really convert them to a paying customer. Your offer has to be pretty good. And so for my courses, that's why we discount them to YouTube viewers, because it's hard to sell a course for $200 to a YouTuber who gets a lot of that information for free on YouTube. So selling them for $10, $15, $25 seems to work. Of course, it does depend on the product that you are selling, but that's just one thing to keep in mind. The other thing to know about this strategy, if you're into digital marketing, is that this is a very simple funnel. In terms of funnel, when I say funnel, it's the funnel of getting someone to ultimately be your customer. So it starts out with people who become aware of you and become aware of your products or services, and then you work them through a funnel to purchase the product. This funnel is very simple. You literally watch this video, you click on this link, and then you buy. Some funnels are a bit more complicated. You might want to have someone click on a link here that has them sign up for an email list, and then you send them emails, and then ultimately you'll send them an email about a product. Maybe you link to some other free content. Maybe you get them to enroll in a free course. Maybe you have a webinar. Maybe it's another sort of freebie that you give away. And at the same time, you're capturing that audience and you're able to promote to them either through emails or even through advertisements and things like that. And those funnels get a little bit more complicated. I have a complete course on YouTube marketing if you're interested in how to set up those types of funnels. I wanted to keep that separate from this class because this class is all about creating and growing a channel and not necessarily how to use YouTube to market a product or service. That's not what a lot of people here in this class are here for. But I totally understand why that's something you watching this might be interested. You might be interested in. So that's why we've created that YouTube marketing class that dives into these funnel strategies a little bit deeper. But hopefully this case study shows you the possibilities of what you can do with YouTube. And in fact, it is possible to make money with YouTube through selling your products and services. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll see you in another one.
Once you've established your audience, crowdfunding can be a very rewarding way to offer your fans more content and increase your monthly income. Whether it's through channel memberships directly on YouTube or a site like Patreon, crowdfunding is a direct payment from your fans to you. You can control what you offer as a reward for their patronage. It might be early access to content, exclusive videos, weekly Q&As, or physical products like t-shirts and stickers. Some channels don't even offer any rewards, and fans still offer payment because they appreciate the effort that the creator has put into their YouTube channel. In addition to rewards, crowdfunding platforms also offer fans goals that they can participate in that benefit the channel overall. For example, a goal might be releasing an extra video a week if you reach $1,000 per month, or maybe investing in new camera and lighting gear, or hiring an editor. If you have a vlog or travel channel, maybe you'll visit a new country or city if a certain goal is met. The key to a successful crowdfunding campaign is to get your audience invested by setting up great rewards and goals that both benefit them and the channel as a whole. It's definitely an underutilized way to strengthen your community. One of the greatest tools that YouTube gives its creators are the analytics for your channel. Everything from views, watch time, audience retention, revenue reports all tell you exactly how each video you've posted is performing on your channel. Use it to your advantage and you can grow your channel much faster and with better focus. Although it can be a little intimidating at first, in this section we're going to deep dive into our analytics and show you how to spot videos that are performing the best and how you can tailor your creative process to take advantage of it. Let's get started. In this video, we're just going to do a brief overview of all of the tabs in the YouTube Studio Analytics section. So when you first open the screen, across the top, you're going to see all of the tabs: overview, viewers, interest in viewers, build an audience, earn revenue. And then on the right, you're going to see what time frame that you are looking at. So the default for YouTube Studio is the last 28 days. But of course, you can choose any timeline that you want or a custom timeline. I've always used the last 28 days. Just to get an accurate feel of how we're doing over the last month or so. First things first, you're going to notice the graph over the last 28 days, and this is going to be your watch time. And this is something to take notice of, that watch time is the default that YouTube gives us, that views are not the default. They care more about how long, or how many minutes rather, viewer spends on YouTube, whether it's on your video or someone else's. But you can also see the same graph for views, subscribers, estimated revenue, etc. Below, you'll find your top videos, your latest activity. And then if you go back up to the top, you can click on Reach Viewers. And this will show you where you're getting your views or your watch time from. And so in our case, we've had 2 million impressions with an average click-through rate of about 5% for the last 28 days. And you can see where that traffic is coming from. And we'll dive into the Reach Viewers tab in the next video. If you go to the Interest Viewers page, this is not where they're coming from, but what they are watching. And so this will show you your top videos, your top playlists, and engagement analytics like your cards and your end screens. If we click on Build an Audience, this is going to tell you about your subscriber demographics, those being where they live, what their gender is, their age, and how they're watching videos, if they're watching them in English or watching them with subtitles, and then also your average views per viewer, etc. And then finally, you have the Revenue tab, which gives you all the information on how your videos are performing monetarily. So it can tell you your estimated revenue for the past 6 months, which videos are earning the most, and where the revenue sources for those videos are coming from. So we'll dive into this tab as well in another video. So let's go ahead. We will click on the Reach Viewers tab in preparation for the next video, where we're going to look at where our traffic is coming from. Okay, once you're on the Reach Viewers tab of the YouTube Studio, you're going to want to look down below. And this is a good graph just to see how you're performing over the last month. Again, up on the top right corner is the time frame that we're looking at. So, of course, if you wanted to see how you did all of last year, for example, you could see that we were posting a lot of videos. And then once we were buying our investment warehouse, videos slowed down and our views and watch time reflected that. So that's always good to look back at, kind of a broad idea of what's going on. But let's look at the past 28 days. We did post 2 videos last month, and you can kind of see the uptick from that. But what is important is where your traffic is coming from. Now, if you're just starting out on YouTube, you are most likely going to see these 2 bars reversed, meaning that your YouTube search traffic will outweigh your browse features. Browse features are what you will find on the homepage. So if you just go to youtube.com, These are the suggested videos for me right now on the browse features. And then the suggested videos are the suggested videos that you see on the sidebar on the YouTube page, or immediately after watching a video, the screen will pop up with a bunch of suggestions. And so when you're just starting out, your goal is for this number to be much bigger. I think when we started, our YouTube search was probably 80% of our views until our subscriber base grew, and then the browse features and suggested videos. On months where we might have had a video go viral and it was posted around the internet, say on Reddit, or we've had a few popular mechanics videos, we've had, Hacker News post things, the external will take a huge bump. And so the external is a good one to watch because, obviously you don't know if someone else has picked up your video and has posted it for you. So if this number is usually around 10%, and then on 1 month it's 20%, I know that someone posted a video of ours. And if you click on, and I should have told you when I was doing that, let me click back. And so if you click on the traffic sources, you can get a drill down detail view of where people are coming from. And so let's take a look at just external. We know browse features and search and suggested are videos that YouTube recommends to other viewers, but I'm interested where our external views are coming from this month. So let's click on external, and you can see 10,000 of the 22,000 total views this month were just from Google search. So Google, owns YouTube, and so YouTube videos come up in the search results for Google. So someone might have searched for how to make, a jewelry cabinet or something like that, and our video popped up. Next is Facebook. Someone on Facebook shared a link to our video. MikeandLauren.com is our own blog. So if someone subscribes to our blog, but not necessarily our YouTube channel, they might find our videos that way. Samsung Internet for Android, that's just a mobile device. Samsung hides that exact traffic detail. Instructables.com, I post a lot of our videos on Instructables, our DIY videos. So someone searched for a project on Instructables.com and then found our YouTube channel through that. JL Collins NH is a personal finance blogger. He linked to one of our videos apparently, and so that's where the traffic's coming there. So this will obviously be entirely different for you and your channel, but it's good to click on. And we do not need to dive too far into the rest of these tabs at the top. Geography, most of us are going to have, a much higher United States and Canada, a North American viewership rather than around the world. And we will go into some of the other demographics in the next video where we go over the build an audience tab. So actually, I didn't show you. So to get out of this page, you just click the X on the top right corner. So click close. Let's go down. You see that 45% of those traffic sources were Google searches. That's where we were just at. And then next is the traffic source for suggested videos. And this is interesting because it tells you which videos in a series are doing the best. And so if we click on this, you can see that the Stupid Strong CNC build, this is a computer controlled router that I built, has a really good follow through the series that our suggested videos are for each part of that series are doing really well. Are Harbor Freight tools any good? That was a review video of some of the mechanical tools that I recently purchased at Harbor Freight. And so YouTube is suggesting this video because tool reviews happen to be a pretty popular niche on YouTube. And so that video is performing well because people are searching for information on Harbor Freight tools. Let's see what else in our traffic source for suggested videos. Here's a perfect example. Okay, so this US General Series 2 30 tool cart, that is not my video. This is someone else's video of a Harbor Freight tool that is being suggested, that people are finding our channel because of this review that someone else did. Here's another Harbor Freight killer. So you can see what reading your analytics can do for you is I now know two things. One, that the CNC build was a very popular project. So it would be good for me to do more videos on that CNC, more projects, or even just an update on it. If I did an update on the Stupid Strong CNC, I can be, pretty sure that it's going to do very well when it's suggested by YouTube. The other thing is I would have never guessed that Harbor Freight video did so well. And it's doing very well for our channel, and it's increasing watch time overall. So YouTube loves to see people stay on YouTube, whether your channel or not. So doing more Harbor Freight tool reviews. This is my first and only Harbor Freight tool review. It would be in our best interest to do more Harbor Freight tool reviews to grow our channel. And so that's some of the information you can glean by diving into your analytics just a little bit. Let's see if there's anything else we want to take a look at on the Reach Viewers tab. Click-through rate, that's actually a pretty low click-through rate of 4.9%. I'd like to see that around 6 to 8 or 6 to 10% rather, but that's okay. And this is another great tool here, the traffic source of YouTube search. So let's click on this. And these are the actual keywords people are searching for to find our channel. And this is critical if you're just starting out. So you can see powder coating, DIY powder coating, and 3D printing are our top 3 search terms. And so again, if I were to be, in the growth stage of our YouTube channel, I would focus a couple videos on powder coating because it's obviously driving traffic. The Monoprice Select Mini 3D printer. This is actually a review. So if I scroll through, I don't see any other keywords related to 3D printing in general. It seems to me like people are looking for reviews of particular 3D printers. So again, by taking just a quick glance at my analytics, I've already got 3 new video ideas, more powder coating, more Harbor Freight tool reviews, and more 3D printer reviews, not necessarily 3D printing projects, which I've done several of and don't see any in our keyword searches. So you can, do this for your own channel and see which keywords are performing the best, and then use that information to make more videos on those topics. In the next video, we're going to skip over to our interest viewers tab because we want to see which videos are performing the best and how we can make more of those. If you're following along, we are looking at our analytics, and we are now on our interest viewers tab at the top of YouTube Studio. And this is a great tab to see which videos specifically are performing well for your channel. And again, this is in the last 28 days. I know I keep saying that, but the information will change dramatically when you change the time frame. So if we were to look at all of 2018, the thoughts on Harbor Freight's new premium brands is only the 4th most popular video. We're in the last 28 days. It is the most popular video, and the most popular last year is not even on the list this month. So it's worth it to go back different time frames, but the last 28 days is definitely a good indicator of the direction of your channel because it's your most recent content. So let's look at the overall watch time for the last 28 days is 597,000 minutes. Again, that's pretty low for us. We haven't posted many videos in the past few months as we've been working on other projects. But you can see that the average view duration is 3 minutes and 9 seconds. And for us, that is pretty average. Of course, you would always like to see that higher. But in my experience, YouTube video viewers tend to have an attention span of between 3 and 5 minutes. So even if you make videos, 10 and 12 minutes long, the view duration will stick around that less than 5 minute mark, which to me is an indicator that videos should stay less than 5 minutes so that you can keep the attention of your viewers the whole time. But there are certainly, arguments against that. And there are plenty of YouTubers who make very long form content and do it very successfully. But that is our average view duration. Yours might be more or less depending on the type of video you make. The top videos is the list that is most helpful for me on this tab. And if we click on that, we can open up the screen here and see which videos are performing the best in the past 28 days. So the thoughts on Harbor Freight's new premium brands. Again, we discovered this in our last video that the Harbor Freight review videos seem to work well on YouTube as a whole. There's many reviews of Harbor Freight tools, and ours plays into that genre nicely, and so YouTube is recommending it. Make Alexa Control Anything is a video where I kind of hack Amazon's Echo to control some stuff around the shop. And so DIY projects and electronics like that are always fun to do and apparently are doing very well this month. The DIY powder coating, we actually saw this in the keywords. So this didn't pop up on our first video, but it did pop up in our keyword search that DIY powder coating seemed to be something that people were searching for. And so more DIY powder coating projects would be a great way to grow our channel. This is a very old video, why I love my scooter versus a motorcycle. And it has consistently performed well. So I'm not quite sure what I did in that video, but I made that video probably 5 years ago, and it's still in the top 5 most viewed videos on our channel, which is definitely interesting. If we exit out and go back, something that we definitely underutilize on our channel, which do as I say, not as I do. Playlists are a great way to improve watch time because it automatically loads the next video that you think is best for a viewer. So in our case, we do have playlists, we do use them, but we don't promote them enough. And so our money playlist, if you click on this, it doesn't let me drill down to show you the exact videos in the money playlist. But any video that we make about personal finance goes in the money playlist. And so when people find that playlist, they're able to watch, probably 30 or 50 videos just on the topic of personal finance by us. The Stupid Strong DIY CNC, we know that that one is performing well based on our suggested videos, our top suggested videos, because each of the parts in succession are suggested one after another. And so by having those in a playlist, we know that that is doing very well. The how-to video playlist is a little surprising to me, as that's the majority of our channel, that it's number 5, whereas the investing in the stock market with Jim Collins only has a few videos in it, and it's not even a finished series. So that tells me that we should be making more personal finance videos. Not only is money our number 1 playlist, but also the stock market series with Jim Collins, which is an unfinished series, is ahead of our how-to videos. So that's definitely something for us to consider. And you can look at your playlist and get that same kind of information. If we come down, cards we've talked about in a previous lesson, and this shows you how those cards are performing. So our number 1 performing card for the past month has been miter saw cabinet plans. So this is a free PDF that I offered to our viewers with plans for a miter saw cabinet. And so you can see that 4.6% of viewers clicked on that to get those PDF plans to make that themselves. Investing for beginners, I'm not sure what that card is. That's a suggested video. So you can see a free piece of digital product outperforms a suggested video in the card. So that's something to consider, that offering free giveaways or freebies in your cards is a great way to improve engagement with your cards, which YouTube sees as a signal that your community is involved in your channel, and they like to see that kind of thing. End screens, we don't utilize enough, but you can see that when we do it, it is pretty effective. And the elements that work best, the video that we suggested at the end of this end screen on the Harbor Freight video outperformed the best for the viewer that YouTube suggested. So that's interesting. I was able to choose a video that people were more interested than YouTube did. Next, we'll go to the Build an Audience tab, and we'll see where our subscribers are coming from and what type of people they are. Moving on to the Build an Audience tab. This is not a particularly helpful tab for me. It just tells you the demographics of your audience, which, unless you're targeting a particular group of people, a certain age or a certain gender, then honestly, there's not much you can really do to change it. But it does tell us that the majority of our viewers do come from the United States, and that they are mostly male. Which is interesting. This used to be a much higher number, 95% male to 5% female. As we've included more travel videos and my wife and kids in the channel, that has increased. The average age has kind of stuck with us. 25 to 34 is our age bracket, and that is the majority of viewers on our channel. If you're a teen gamer, you're likely to see this in the 13 to 24 range. Again, not that you would want to change it. Your viewers are your viewers. It does tell us that we have 138,000 unique viewers and that the average viewer only watches 1.3 of our videos, or 1.3 views per viewer. So ideally that would be a little bit higher, where they would be clicking through to watch multiple videos. Here's just our subscribers again over the last month. Again, this is down quite a bit. Our average monthly subscribers are somewhere between 1 and 3,000, but we have been busy investing in a warehouse space, commercial warehouse, and so that is a little bit less than normal. Something that I do find helpful is where our watch time is coming from. And so you can see, if we click on here, that 92.9% of our views are coming from non-subscribed viewers. And if you're in the growth phase of your YouTube channel, this is great to see, because it means that YouTube is suggesting your videos and they're finding them on the featured page. If it is from subscribed viewers, that's not a bad thing. That means you have a very dedicated audience that is quick to watch your videos. So there's not, bad or good either way, but it's just something to monitor as your channel grows. You'll likely see these numbers change. And ideally, I think a healthy, percent would be 10 to 20% of your viewers to be subscribed, and then 80% or so to be new viewers that YouTube has recommended to you. So let's go ahead and click out here, and we're going to go to the very last page, very last tab, which is Earn Revenue, and we're going to dive into which videos make us the most money per view. The last tab of the analytics in YouTube Studio is the Earn Revenue tab. And this is a fun one to look into, because it not only tells you which videos are earning you the most, which probably means that they're the most viewed videos for that month. But you can also find which videos are earning you the most per view. And so we're going to do that right now and take a look at our top earning videos, bottom here, right. We're going to do that by looking at the top earning videos here on the right for the last 28 days. And if we click on that and scroll down, this is a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. So Thoughts on Harbor Freight's new premium brands is our most revenue per video in the last 28 days, because it's also the most viewed video of ours in the last 28 days. So you can see it has 17,550 views. So by comparing these percentages, you can see that the Harbor Freight video makes up 11.6% of our revenue and 13% of our total views, whereas Investing for Teenagers makes up a whopping 8% of our revenue, but only 3% of our estimated views. And what that tells me is that Investing for Teenagers is much more monetizable than the Harbor Freight tool review video, because, honestly, financial service advertisers are willing to pay more per click to attract new customers. So the ads that are being shown on financial videos have a much higher CPM than those for a tool review. So while a tool review video would be great to grow the channel, I'd find a lot more viewers with that. If I wanted to maximize profit on the channel, I should be focusing on financial videos. And of course, if you look back at our post history, our plan is just to do a little both. If we made only one of either of those two topics, we'd have been burned out and not followed through. But since we kind of made both types of videos, we have fun with the tool reviews, but also have fun and make extra money from the financial ones. If you come down, let's take a look at some of the other ones. The 3D printing video is a similar case where it makes up a good percent, an equal percent of views and playbacks. And so by looking at this, you can say, well, that, because this is a product, someone who is selling a 3D printer would likely, put an advertisement for their 3D printer on a video that you can, expect about a 1-for-1, view per dollar percentage wise on that type of video. Whereas let's go. So something like Why I Love My Scooter, even though it makes up a larger percentage of our views, 6.4%. It's only 4% of our revenue because, there's just probably not too many scooter companies out there advertising, and, people that are in the market for a scooter are probably not clicking on an ad advertising them. So let's go ahead and click out of this X on the top right, and let's go down to the ad types. And so the skippable ads for you and me will probably make up the largest percentage of videos because they will play on all videos that you have monetized if you choose. And so skippable ads are those that if they watch the whole ad, the full 30 seconds, you get credit for that ad. But if they click the skip after 5 seconds, then you don't. And so that is the largest stream of revenue for our channel as far as ad revenue goes. And then, of course, there's non-skippable ads and the mid-roll ads that do not make up nearly as much of the revenue for that. If we come down to our revenue sources, this is also interesting to me. So a vast majority of our income every month, as far as ad revenue goes, because we have our digital products and our sponsorships that make up more per month than our ad revenue. But of our ad revenue, the pre-roll ads are what make up 97% of our monthly revenue, where the YouTube Premium, it used to be called YouTube Red, are people who pay $10 a month to have YouTube ad-free, is only 3%. So while it does not make up a large percent of our revenue, the cost per click, if you could, divide it that way, does make up a pretty good percent for YouTube Premium subscribers. And is there anything else we want to look at on the revenue? The only thing that's really interesting to me on revenue is to look long term. So let's say go over the lifetime of our channel, and we'll likely need to drag it in because we created the channel and didn't. Let's do a custom time frame here, 2014. So go custom, say 10/7/14 rather than 2019. Click apply. And so this is fun to see because you can see when we had viral videos. And so I don't know specifically which videos these were, but a few of our viral videos are the Nitro Pencil Sharpener. We have the Make Alexa Control Anything was probably one of these more recent ones. Let's take a look at our videos real quick. If we go my channel, videos, and sort by most popular. The 3D printing video, the Alexa, the scooter, the Mike Makes Sawhorses. This was one of our original viral videos. And so this, Why I Love My Scooter, has more views than the DeResta versus Matthias Sawhorse video. But that's because this has just consistently performed pretty good over the last 4 years. There wasn't any one time where it did really well. Whereas the Sawhorse video is probably one of these first spikes. The DIY powder coating video, when was that? 1 year ago, is probably one of these spikes down here. Actually, it's probably this one, March 2017. Let's click on it. April 2017. So it's pretty close there. Either way, I don't want to dive too much into that. But this is fun to look at because you can see what a viral video has an effect on your channel. And it honestly makes the graph look a little less good because it has to compensate for some of these spikes, but no reason to complain about something like that. So if I come down, you can see our total revenue over the last 4 years, somewhere around $37,000 from ads and $1,700 from YouTube Red or YouTube Premium. And you can kind of get an idea of what a viral video will give you. So the Nitro Engine Pencil Sharpener has somewhere around 5 million views, I think. Is that correct? Yeah, so the Nitro Engine Pencil Sharpener has 5 million views. and has generated $4,000. But the Now Everyone Can Afford 3D Printing has 1 million views, but makes up a much bigger percentage-wise revenue of our lifetime earnings. And that's just simply because you can't advertise. No one makes a nitro engine powered pencil sharpener, so there's nothing really to advertise on this video, whereas anyone selling a 3D printer would be willing to advertise on a 3D printer review to convince viewers to buy theirs instead of the one I'm reviewing. I hope that helped. If you have any questions, let us know in the discussion and we will do our best to answer those. But that is how the Earn Revenue tab works in YouTube Studio. This one's just a short video. It's a tool that I find helpful if you want to get an idea of how other channels are performing, whether you just want to compare your metrics or if you want to, get inspired to keep creating content, and you want to know how much approximately a YouTube creator makes on YouTube, you can go to a website called socialblade.com. If you go on Social Blade, you can search for any YouTube channel that you want. So let's search for Mike and Lauren. And then once we pop up here, let's click select channel. And it gives you a grade for the channel, the monthly views for the last 30 days, the number of subscribers, and the estimated monthly earnings. And obviously, this is a very wild range, anywhere between $49 and $785. But since we just looked at our analytics and we know in the past 30 days we've earned somewhere around $550 or $600 a month, you can see that the high end of the monthly earnings aren't too far off base. And of course, that's fun to snoop on other channels, but the monthly views are what I find more interesting because you can never really know what a channel makes. Our cost per million, or our CPM, cost per mil, is pretty high for, I think, most creators. So while the earnings are fun to look at, you just can never really know what a channel makes because every channel will have a different CPM based on the content they create. So our CPM might be a little higher than someone else's, which, their range might actually be 350 to 400 instead of 550 to 600. What's more interesting to me is watching views. And these, from what I understand, are pretty accurate. They'll show you the daily video views for any channel that you want. So let's pick just another channel. We talked about Vsauce at one point. So let's search for Vsauce. 15 million views in the last 30 days. Somewhere between, the low end you can disregard, but basically if you average the middle to the high ground, so somewhere between $30,000 and $60,000 a month earned last month. So you could probably be safe and say $45,000. And the more interesting thing to me is 500,000 views per day and gaining 3,000 subscribers per day, which I'm guessing is pretty low. Yeah, you can come down and look at his graph over time, that because he's doing the YouTube originals now, his main channel content is suffering a little bit. And so he's actually kind of in a low spot. Anyway, this is the website, socialblade.com. You can search on any of these platforms. I use it for YouTube mostly. If I'm just wanting to know what a particular channel might do per month in views. Hope you enjoy it. Bye.
Hey, Phil here, and this is just a quick case study on a few different ways that I use the analytics to grow my channel and to increase my subscribers and revenue on YouTube. So Mike did hopefully a great job for you in going over all of the different tabs that we have here on the analytics page. Lots of great information. So the main things that I like to look at are kind of like the broad strokes and to see from things like top videos and the best engaged and the ones that make the most money. Those are the ones that I like to look at. So we do see top videos here, but we can also go into interest viewers and see more top videos and more information about our top videos. So I'm going to click on this here just to see my top videos and talk about what I actually do with this information. So I go in here, I see, okay, what are my videos that are doing well from the past, few months or so? I see that my top video is a tutorial in Premiere Pro. Second one is a Premiere Pro video. third is how to retire early. Fourth is baseball. Fifth is Premiere Pro. Sixth is Mint. Seventh is Photoshop. Eighth is Premiere Pro. What is sort of the theme that you guys are hearing? It's that my Premiere Pro tutorials are doing really well. And so I look at that and I say, okay, well, if I want to continue to grow my channel, the fastest way to do that is to capitalize on this audience of Premiere Pro users. Okay. So what do? I go in and I start creating a lot more Premiere Pro tutorials. So that's kind of the first way that I use this general overview of the top videos to figure out what types of content I want. Another thing I look at is if I go to reach viewers, I like to see what kind of keywords people are searching for to end up finding my videos. So if I go here to traffic source YouTube search, let's see more. Here we can see, interesting, a lot of the top search terms that people find my channel with aren't related to Premiere Pro. It's about baseball, which is so funny. And I think that goes to show that potentially there's not a lot of other videos that are about how to explain baseball to a beginner. And that's why that video has a lot of views, because it's getting found in the search results from all of these search terms. But I can also look and see some other terms that people are looking for: how to blur background in Lightroom, shake effect Premiere Pro, noise reduction Premiere Pro, retire early personal finance, how to use Mint app, Mr. Money Mustache, how to use Mint. So potentially, if I wanted to use this data to get more views, get more subscribers, what if I wanted to take my channel in a completely different direction? Based off of this information, what you might say is, okay, Phil, you need to capitalize on this audience that is interested in baseball. And so what I could potentially do is create a series of videos on baseball rules, and using these keywords in the titles and description and tags. I would include things like baseball rules, how does a home run work, baseball rules, how many people are on a team, and have a series of videos explaining all of those different things about baseball. Or I could see, okay, how to retire early is a popular search term. So I could come up again with another series of videos: how to retire early with passive income, how to retire early with real estate, how to retire early by saving. Using this keyword, though, in the title, description, and keywords. Okay. So that's what you want to look for in these search terms. It gives you ideas for future videos, but it also gives you ideas for what keywords people are actually searching for and finding your channel. And why that matters is because if you have one video that someone finds with this keyword, if you have another video they're interested in, then they're more likely to watch that next video of yours. They're more likely to subscribe. They're more likely to see that video in the suggested videos that YouTube shows to them. Lastly, I'm over on the earn revenue tab. And this is what I would look at if I want to make more money from my existing videos. So I would go to the top earning videos. Let's see more to expand. Let's see what those video topics are. A lot of them align with what my top viewed videos are, but some of them aren't. Like, for example, there's how to export MP4 file from After Effects. That wasn't in my top 5 top viewed videos, but it does make a lot of money. And depending on the video topic, some topics are more valuable for advertisers and they will make more money. So if I'm seeing, okay, well, if I just want to make more money, I see that the top 2, 3, second and third are about personal finance, right? Maybe I should just make more personal finance videos. And I can say that, let's go lifetime. So we can see top videos overall. Because from the past couple months, that's a little bit tricky, a little bit different than what the reality is. If I look over my lifetime, look at the top 3 videos, all related to personal finance. And then the 6th is also personal finance, 7th is personal finance. So that tells me that the personal finance related videos are more popular for advertisers than and more valuable than the other videos. So if I just wanted to make more money with my channel, I would go ahead and start making more personal finance videos. I'll add one more bonus sort of tip, and that's under the build an audience. One thing that I do is when I look at my subscribers, I look at the demographics, I can cater to that audience a little bit differently. So if I see that most of my audience is male, most of my audience is 18 to 34 years old, I can then start to cater more to that audience, which will increase their engagement. The other way I can look at this is say, wow, only 18.9% of my viewers in the past 28 days are female. Only 8.7% of my audience is 45 to 54 years old. How can I capitalize on this audience? How can I make content that attracts that type of audience? You can do that with your top countries as well. I know that most of my viewers are from the US, but there are some massive audiences in other countries as well. I can do shout outs to specific countries or things like that to engage that audience. So you want to look at all this stuff. There's so much that you can do with your analytics, but this is just a brief overview of some of the things that I do when looking at my own analytics to help grow my channel. Hey, Phil here, and I really hope that you enjoy really hope that you enjoyed the course so far. Now, that you might be wondering, what are all these videos that a ton of video content. And if you're brand new to this class, I know it might be a little confusing because it looks like it's a lot of the same footage or same lessons as previous lessons. And that's completely true because that's in this section. We completely redid this course and we wanted to make sure that the old content was still available for the existing students for a certain amount of time. So if you're here, you've actually completed the entire course. So you're done. So congratulations. If you are an existing student who was working your way through the existing course content before we updated it, you'll find all of the rest of the lessons that were part of the original course here in this section of the course. And we're going to leave it up live on Udemy for a certain amount of time. I'm not exactly sure. I want to make sure that students are happy. They don't feel like they lose the content from the original class. At the same time, pretty much everything that we covered in the original class is updated in the newer lessons that you previously watched or is in previous sections of this course. So if you were at a particular point in these lessons, you might want to just jump up to a section above and see where you can kind of jump back into the course. And if you have any questions, please let me know. If there's anything from the old content that we didn't cover, let us know, ask us questions, and we'll tell you where you can find it or why we didn't cover that in the new updates. And yeah, so I just wanted to explain what this section was all about. If anyone was new to this class and is wondering, what are all these lessons? In the future, you probably won't see them anymore. We're going to take them down, but this is just a transition period for the class as we update it. Cool, so enjoy, and hope you enjoyed the class so far.
We certainly don't need to convince you about the rise of new media and the fall of old media. That's why you're here. But there are a few reasons why we chose YouTube over any other platform like blogging or podcasting. Most importantly, it's because it's where we spend our time. Like many of our friends, we spend our evening watching our favorite YouTubers, not our favorite TV stars.
We've since found that YouTube has some unique benefits that make it one of the best mediums for building an audience. The first being that it's more personal. There's an actual face to put behind your words. Your facial expressions, tone, and cadence all enhance the video. And also, sarcasm and subtlety are not as easily lost in video.
Second, there's a built-in community already comfortable interacting on the platform. They're already signed in, they already have an opinion, and if you did your job right, they're looking specifically for the content you've created.
Third, it's arguably easier to get noticed on YouTube. Now, this may seem counterintuitive because you're competing with literally millions of other creators.
But later we'll discuss how you
I'm going to skip on to the bonus, and then I'm going to skip to the Canva tutorials. So if anybody in here rather go ahead and go to the Canva tutorials, let me know, and I'm going to play them. Okay, so I'm going to play it now because nothing's here. Give me just a moment.
Hi everybody, and welcome to my master course about Canva. My name is Ronnie and I will be your instructor for this course. The fact that you are here shows that you are interested in design. Maybe you are in charge of designing important documents for your organization, like annual reports, brochures, or even project proposals. Or maybe you are managing your company's social media accounts and constantly need to come up with some cool visuals, photos, or infographics to populate your feeds. Well, let me tell you one thing before we get started. Discovering Canva not only changed the way I work, it literally changed my life. Let me explain. I first published this course in 2018, and it quickly became popular on Udemy. And so did the Facebook community I created at approximately the same time when I originally launched the course. More and more people started to see me as a Canva expert, and that resulted in Cliff, one of Canva's co-founders, reaching out to me. I won't bother you with all the details here, but to make a long story short, end of 2019, Canva hired me and relocated me to Sydney to become their new head of communities. I worked at Canva for 2 years in different roles related to community building, both on Facebook and YouTube, but also educational content creation. This was, for sure, a life-changing experience. Recently, I decided to quit this amazing job and company to focus on managing my own YouTube channel, which had become pretty big, and come back to what started it all, creating online courses and helping entrepreneurs grow their business. So here I am doing a complete makeover of this course, which was long overdue. I really love that story of how I got to work at Canva, and I never get tired of telling it. I believe that these 2 years of me working at Canva make me the perfect coach to teach you how to reach the primary goals of this course, to understand what Canva is all about, to become a better designer by using Canva, and ultimately to leverage these newly acquired visual communication skills to advance your career or grow your own business. Personally, I use Canva every single day to strengthen my personal brand, to create content, and to build communities on social media. It's been a while now that I ditched the more complicated and expensive softwares like Photoshop or Illustrator. I simply don't need them anymore. Canva not only accelerated my workflow, but it made designing more fun, more affordable, and quicker. Also, because Canva has so many beautiful templates, and because I use it every day, I feel like I developed a better eye for design. Just like when you are learning a new language, the best way to do it is to surround yourself with native speakers, right? Well, I experienced the same thing with design. By using Canva and constantly being exposed to good design through their templates, I actually became much better at design. It's quite amazing. As you can see, I am quite passionate about Canva. It made such a huge difference in my work and in my life that I wanted to share this tool with you guys. I honestly believe it is your ticket to freedom and professional accomplishment. But don't just take it from me. Take it from the hundreds of people who leave comments on our YouTube videos saying how much they love Canva because it helped them reach their goals. Life is short, and I want to help as many people as possible live their life on their own terms. Now, that could be climbing the corporate ladder in a big company or starting a small business on their own. This course is basically your roadmap to get there. It has already helped thousands of students and has been refreshed many times to offer you guys the best course experience about Canva. All right, here are 2 simple reasons why you should start this course right now. Number 1, I am 100% convinced that good design will help you be more successful in your career. And number 2, I truly believe that Canva is the fastest and cheapest way to produce that good design, even if you suck at design. So many entrepreneurs, small businesses, educators, and nonprofit organizations struggle with design. For some reason, design is still very often overlooked and not considered a priority for these organizations. And that is, in my opinion, a huge mistake. Just think about it this way. What is the first thing people will notice when they log on to your website, or when you hand them your business card, or when they discover your Facebook page? The first thing they will notice is the quality of your design. If your website, your business card, or your Facebook cover is ugly, your first-time visitor will keep that in mind as the first impression of your business. Good design inspires professionalism. It makes your company look bigger than it actually is, and it inspires trust. Now, this is what you want, and Canva will help you achieve just that, whether or not you're good at design. Now, isn't that wonderful? Before we dive any deeper, I thought I would take a minute or 2 to discuss about how this course is changing to keep up with how Canva is evolving. Canva is a fast-paced company. It's not so much a startup anymore, as it has grown to a $40 billion company with over 85 million monthly active users and over 2,000 employees worldwide. When I started working at Canva back in 2019, there were approximately 600 employees. And when I left 2 years later, it was well over 2,000. So Canva as a company had changed quite a bit. And as a product, Canva also changed a lot during these 2 years. In fact, it is now common for Canva to release new features and tweaks to their platform on a weekly basis. With that many people and engineers now working at Canva, we can expect a few major changes coming to the platform every year. We've seen this with the introduction of Canva videos, a complete makeover of the Canva mobile app, or the launch of Canva websites. This moving forward trend is not going to slow down. So how am I going to keep the content of this course fresh for you guys? Well, I have thought long and hard about this, trust me, and I came up with 4 different ways that I intend to keep the content of this course relevant so that you, as a student, always have access to what's new in Canva. Well, the first way is the structure of the course itself. As you'll see, this course not only teaches you how to use Canva, but most importantly, how to acquire a designer mindset. You will find an introduction to branding and some knowledge about the design principles in the early sections. After that, I try to dedicate every section of the course to one major area of design that Canva can be used for, like social media, making presentations, creating videos, building websites, etc. So every time Canva brings up a major update, I guess I will just add another section to the course. The second way I intend to keep the content fresh and up to date is by tapping into the knowledge that I receive because I am a Canva expert. Canva experts are Canva's top brand ambassadors. There are only a handful of us around the world, and to identify them, look for the Canva expert badge in their profile photo. Experts run large Canva communities and regularly create educational content about Canva. While working at Canva, my job consisted in helping these creatives, these brand ambassadors, grow their own communities and produce more and better content about Canva. This connection with the Canva ambassador ecosystem allows me to have a 360 vision of what's happening in that global Canva community. I watch everybody's content, but I also interact both with Canva and the other 20 experts on a regular basis. We share some knowledge, we share some ideas. And this level of involvement in what I call the global Canva community really helps me stay connected to my audience, really understand what people want to learn about Canva, also what they struggle with, and create relevant content. And I use these insights to stay relevant in my courses and the tutorials that I create. Being a Canva expert also means I continue to get access to the latest features before they are released to the general public and keep a direct communication line with Canva via a special Slack channel for the experts. So all of this puts me in a great position to always know what's new with Canva. The third way I intend to keep all of you guys up to date is by giving you a chance to join our vibrant 50K plus Facebook community. When you sign up for this course, you will receive instructions on how to join our Facebook group, Learn to Design with Canva. This community is one of the largest about Canva on Facebook, and our members love to share their designs, give or ask for feedback on their designs, which is super valuable as a designer, but also share tutorials and ideas. On top of that, me and my team share weekly news and updates about Canva in this group to keep our members informed about the latest features. Obviously, you don't want to miss on all of that good stuff, so make sure to make your request to become a member of the Facebook group after you join this course. And finally, the fourth way I intend to keep you all informed of what's new with Canva is that I will share with you some educational announcements right here on Udemy. Many of you have probably already stumbled upon some of my Canva content on the internet. Maybe it's on Canva's official YouTube channel, where you will find me delivering several webinars and tutorials, or it might be on the Design with Canva YouTube channel, where Diana, my wife, and I publish 2 videos about Canva every single week. See, I put a lot of thoughts behind how can I connect the steady flow of Canva tutorials that Team Rondi, stands for Ronnie and Diana, Rondi, produces for YouTube. And I think I found a way to do that. Indeed, if you are a student of this course, you will receive educational announcements regularly via email or via Udemy with our latest tutorials. Now, this should be the perfect companion for this course and also a great way for you to stay up to date. So there you go. I hope all these changes and mechanisms to keep you informed ensure that this course is and stays up to date for a very long time. In this video, I'd like to quickly show you what this course is all about by guiding you through its curriculum. In section 1, I will explain why you need Canva. We'll talk about why you should become better at design and how Canva can help you get there quicker. In that section, I will also talk logistics and how I intend to keep this course up to date for my students while Canva is constantly changing. Section 2 will cover the fundamentals of Canva. I'll make sure you feel comfortable using the platform, you understand all the buttons, menus, functionalities, and assimilate the mechanics or the fundamentals of using Canva. Section 3 brushes a panorama of what you can do with Canva Pro, the paid version of Canva. In it, I will cover all the Pro-only features, letting you know what they are, how they could help you, and who they are useful for. And this should give you all the information you need to decide whether you need to upgrade to Canva Pro or if you're okay for now sticking with the free version. Section 4 is short, but in my opinion, crucial for the rest of this course. Indeed, in my attempt to make this course as practical as possible for you guys, I decided to add a section about creating your brand identity. It's made out of 5 brief lectures that will help you define your very own brand identity. We'll talk about the mission, the vision, target audience, brand personality, and core values of your business. So please take this section very seriously, though it's super short, and use it to develop your brand identity, and only then move on to the next section. In section 5, we will actually start designing, guys. Woohoo! But to make sure you get the most out of this course and also leave with the visuals you actually need for your business, I will ask you to start designing a very special document, your brand style guide. A brand style guide is a document that visually represents your brand. It includes your logo, your color palette, your typography, imagery style, and tone of voice. It's basically the heart and soul of your brand. It contains all the information we need to create a consistent branding. I already told you, I don't want you to waste your time. I want this course to be practical and to the point. So we will only be creating real documents that you will be using for your business. And for that reason, we need to start with your brand style guide. In section 6, we will continue to design and focus on visuals you need for social media, like a profile picture that gets people's attention, and various popular designs like Facebook posts and Facebook covers, IG stories, YouTube thumbnails and channel art, but also beautiful infographics. And because I like you guys, this section will also contain some helpful tips on how to grow your presence on these social media platforms. That's on the house. In section 7, we will talk about Canva Video. I'll show you how to use Canva's video features, talk about the video timeline and the different video ingredients like transitions, text overlays, sound effects, and B-rolls. Then I will guide you through a series of lectures that teach you how to create videos with Canva from diverse perspectives. Short-form video content for platforms like TikTok, Instagram Reels, or YouTube Shorts, but also tutorials and educational videos, animated social media posts, and, of course, animated GIFs. In section 8, we will focus on a very important type of documents for your business, presentations. This section will show you how to wow your audience with beautiful slides, and we will build together your very own pitch deck presentation. We will also talk about how you can present directly from Canva without the need to import your slides into PowerPoint, or how to record talking presentations, and how to design mobile-first presentations. Then section 9 will teach you how to create quick and easy websites and landing pages with Canva. Yes, you heard correctly. Websites made with Canva. After covering all the website building features and mechanics, we will get our hands dirty and create your very own website with Canva. You will end up with a published and functional website. I will wrap up the section by giving you my top tips to create better websites. So, by the time you finish this course, you will understand how to use Canva for all your design needs, have a brand style guide that will ensure you remain consistent in all your future design projects, and have all the necessary documents and visuals you need to start communicating about your business or your project. Let's do this. Hey there, everyone. Before we get started with the course, I'd like to say something about reviews. Just like any other search engines out there like Google or Bing, Udemy considers a few different criteria when it comes to ranking the courses on its platform. And here on Udemy, the single most important criteria to rank as a teacher is reviews. Reviews are very important for us teachers because they are what help rank our courses higher in the search result pages when students are searching for specific topics. Also, I observed that Udemy is a bit different from other platforms or other ranking systems where a 4 out of 5 stars is usually considered a pretty good rating. It seems like here on Udemy, 4-star is considered below average. Just look at the other courses about Canva and you will understand what I mean. The reason I'm telling you all this is because Udemy is known for asking students very early on in the course to leave a review. And when you see this pop-up window prompting you to leave a review, you might not be ready yet to leave a review. Indeed, you might not have consumed enough of the course. In this course, for example, we cover some fundamentals before we start designing in section 5, 6, 7, and up. So what I suggest is this. If you see this review message from Udemy and you're not sure how to rank this course, just wait a little bit longer until you see more of the course. And you can do so by clicking on the button that says, I'm not ready to leave a rating. Now back to the course. Did that website hurt your eyes as well? Your website is your business's most important marketing tool. Today, you cannot afford to have a crappy website, or even worse, not to have a website. Now, I know many of us are still delaying the project of creating a website simply because building one can be expensive, time-consuming, or we simply don't know where to start. We think, I don't have the skills, and to be honest, I don't have the budget to pay someone else to build my website right now. Now, on the other hand, we know very well that having a great website could be an important asset for our business. It could help us grow. It could help us get discovered or build our authority toward our market audience. One thing you need to consider, though, if you're thinking about building your own website, is that you have to understand that here, again, your visitors will judge you very quickly. They will form their first impression of your business in a matter of seconds based on how your homepage looks like. If it looks amateurish or if it's not easy to navigate, you will probably lose that prospect forever. Now, if your visuals look great and manage to grab their attention, your visitors will read through your website and discover what your business is all about. And guys, I have some great news for you today. Canva just made creating your own website super easy. It is now easier than ever and accessible to everyone. In fact, in this section of the course, I will teach you how to create your very own landing page. A landing page that will help you sell your products or services, a landing page that will help you get a new job, or a landing page that will contribute to building your personal brand. You decide. Or actually, you don't even have to decide. You can build them all. As usual, we will build this project together. I will hold your hand and accompany you every single step of the way. And by the end of this section, you will have your very own website published and functional. Now, how good is that? I would like to start by taking a minute or two to go over what these Canva sites are and what they aren't. Indeed, I believe it is super important that we start this new section of the course with the right expectations. So let's dive into Canva's official communication and see what these Canva sites are all about. Canva describes their sites as an easy way to build your online presence. They refer to the sites as page scroll down websites or one-page websites. So based on that, and also based on my own experience with these websites, we can say that Canva sites are simple one-page websites or landing pages that you can navigate by scrolling down. What they are not at this stage, and this might change in the future, they are not multi-page websites. So you will not find a hamburger menu or top navigation menu allowing you to visit multiple pages on these websites. Of course, you can create multiple sections on your site. So for example, you could start on the top of the page with an About Us section, then continue with a few sections presenting the services or the product that you offer, a section with client testimonials, and the last section at the bottom with some contact information. That is totally possible, but it will all be one single scrolling page. With sites, Canva wants everyone to develop and up-level their online presence. They want you to build your personal brand, to create a website, and develop your online presence, and that even if you have no idea of how to create a website. I really love that they are trying to do to website what they did to graphic design and then to video. They want to make it that simple so that everybody can do it. Like I was saying in the introduction of this section, many people still don't have a website today. And that is because creating one is not that easy. And yes, there are accessible website builders out there like Wix or Squarespace. And yes, these are relatively easy to use, but none of them are really that simple. Like simple enough to empower everyone to create their website. There are still some twists, there are still some hurdles that prevents the less tech-savvy among us to really go out there and create their website. What Canva is putting on the table right here with sites is different. It is, in my opinion, that dead simple solution. Canva sites allow anyone to create and publish a website in a couple of hours, and this completely for free. They've managed to remove all the obstacles and really simplify the process of creating beautiful websites. On top of that, Canva tells us that these websites are Google friendly or search friendly and responsive, meaning they will look great on any device. And you'll see in the next lectures that the experience of creating your website is very similar to designing anything else in Canva. You will create your website in the Canva editor, and once it's finished, you'll push a button and publish your website. Need to make changes to your website? No problem. Simply come back to your design, make your changes, and publish again. Dead simple. Now, before I wrap up this lecture, I would like to tell you a little bit about what sites are still missing today. And this might change. It's very probable that it will change as Canva will go and add more features to sites. But at the time of filming this video, Canva sites do not offer a way to sell your products, like they have no cart option or payment gateway integration. They do not offer email capture mechanisms, so you won't be able to capture people's email for now. Also, they are not really ideal for blogging, so for blogs, because they don't have that multi-page menu. They do not offer email hosting, so you won't be able to have your email associated with your Canva site. And they do not allow you to translate the entire website and let users choose their language when they log on to your website. Now, again, keep in mind that these features are probably something Canva is considering, and we might very well see them coming to the platform in the future. So, who's ready to create their website? In this lecture, I will show you how to get started with your Canva site project. All right, we will start from the Canva homepage and simply use the search bar to search for website. Canva will have this option right here that says website and has a resolution of 1366 by 768 pixels. So let's click on that. This will take us directly to the template library where we can discover hundreds of website templates. Now let me show you again the website that we will be building together. So we will start with this homepage right here that contains a few buttons. Then we will discover several sections with an About Me section, and then a page that presents my courses, some student testimonials, and some more services that I offer. And guys, I built this website to promote my real life business. It is a real business, and I strongly suggest you do the same. So when you follow along, think about the sections, copy, and calls to action that will be relevant to your business. I actually mixed and matched sections from a few different templates to design my website. Let me show you how I did it. If you look at the sidebar here on the left, you will see a series of filters. You can refine your website search either by style, by theme, or by color. So let's take simple, modern, and clean for the style, and then business for the theme. Now, this narrows down our options a little bit. And I actually want to start with the homepage of my website. And I would like that homepage to have buttons that link to other sections of the website. That way, people can quickly get to the sections that they are interested in. So I started to look for such homepages with these templates, okay? And I see this one, for example. So let's click on the three little dots and preview this template. If you click on the tile instead of the three little dots, you will open that template in the Canva editor, which is not what I want at this stage. I just want to check it out to see if this template could work. So from this preview, I can see what the entire website looks like. And this is going to help us greatly. We can also see similar looking websites. So here I have a bunch of websites that use a similar layout. Also, here at the bottom of the preview page, I can see some tags that will help me find more websites like this one. And this is actually what I was looking for. because now I can see that Canva calls these websites with the buttons link in bio or link in bio templates or bio link website. And this is really useful information to me. So let's click on one of these tags to see more of that type of websites. Let's try bio link website. Great. Now my result page is full of these websites and I can start exploring. I am looking for a layout that will allow some space for my photo on the left and then some buttons on the right. And I believe this one could work. Let's preview it. I see that this is a very simple website, but I love that it's clean. It has 4 buttons, but also has these social media icons right here underneath the round photo. All right, I think I will go with this template to create my homepage. I'm showing you my entire thought process here and how I got to this specific template, in case you want to go ahead and find another template that would suit your vision for your website. Of course, if you're not yet clear about what you want, you're welcome to follow along using the exact same templates, provided that you can still find them in the template library. What I would encourage you to do, though, at this point, is to grab a sheet of paper and sketch or draft the structure of your website. This one that you see on your screen is my structure, my sketch, and excuse my bad handwriting. So when you do this, think about the title of each section. Think about a few bullet points of what you will have as the content on each of these pages, but also the call to action that you want to include on your website on each section. Drawing that structure before you start to design will really help you move faster. Now, let's click on this purple button and customize this template in the Canva editor. Welcome back, guys. Let's get started with our website. Okay, so in the previous lecture, we have decided to use this particular template to start our website. In this lecture, we are going to design our homepage. So we will use a very similar design to this one right here on the template. I like that because then I will be able to customize these buttons and link them to the different sections of my website. So I'm very happy about this one. I'm glad we found it, and I can just hit the purple button right here, start customizing this template. Okay, so this is what we will get. I will just get rid of the guides for now. I don't need to see them at this point, so I'm going to just click on Show Rulers and Guides to hide them. So let's start by analyzing what this template is made out of. Okay, so we do have a background here, this kind of beige gray background. Okay, we have a frame right here with an image inside of it. So this image is inside this frame right here. Then we have another frame, a round frame with the creators like this woman, Astrid Daniels. She has a photo here. Then we have 3 little social icons that probably will redirect to that person's social media accounts. And then, of course, we have our 4 buttons. So I'm not completely sure why this template is using this smaller frame right here. So what I have in mind is to actually get rid of the frame. And then we are left with this. I'm going to change the color of the background for now for a darker background so we can see what's actually left here. And then I'm going to start tweaking this. Okay, so I have a custom background that I have designed, I have prepared, that I want to import and use as the background of my website. I actually have 2 different backgrounds that I will alternate, so that will create a clear distinction between the different sections of my website. I obviously will be changing this photo. I will be customizing these buttons, changing this title right here, and add my very own social media icons. So let's start with all of this. But before we do so, I'm going to create a new tab right here, log into Canva, and show you how I have organized my files in order to work on this website. Okay, so if I go to my homepage right here, and I'm using a pro account for this project, not that you absolutely need it, but I decided to use my pro account because I want to have quick access to my brand kit that I have created for my personal brand. But what I want to show you is your projects right here. I have created, oh, also another reason why I wanted to use my Pro account is to have access to my folders. Because let me show you why. I created a folder with all the assets that I will need for my website, okay? So all the visuals, basically. And here are the two different backgrounds. You see this one and this one, the yellow and gray one, that I want to start using for my website. I also have fetched 3 different images here of people that I will be using in my website, plus a couple of images of myself and 3 thumbnails of my online courses. I have created this particular piece of visual right here, but I will talk about all of these visuals in this lecture and in the next lecture, where we will be creating all the other pages of our website. All right, so I just wanted to show you, not only did I design the structure of my website on that piece of paper, but I also started to organize all of my assets, all of the visuals that I will need in a folder. So that is very practical, and I'm going to show you from the Canva editor how to access these visuals. So let's get back to our website right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is to import my yellow background, okay? So how do I do that? Well, I will simply go to my folders right here. I click on folders, and I'm going to scroll down, I believe, all the way to the end until I find my website Ronnie folder. So if I click here, now I have all the visuals I just showed you under my projects. All of these visuals are now right here, accessible for me via the folders tab. So this is one of the many benefits of Canva Pro. If you decide to use your Canva free account to do this, it's completely fine. All you have to do is to upload all of your visuals via the upload button. Okay, so use this upload button right here and upload everything. But because I'm using the Pro account, I have access to these visuals right here. So let's click on the background first and bring it to my page. Okay, so this is what it looks like. I'm going to add a blur to this because I would like the visual here to be a little bit less defined. I want this to be a little bit more abstract. So with the background selected, I'm going to click on Edit Image, and then the Adjust Settings, See All, and just add some blur. Okay, I'm going to go for 12. Okay, and this is what I will be left with. Okay, so the same background with some blur in it. Okay, now I'm going to right-click on that image, and I'm going to replace the background. And boom, this is what I will have. Okay, so I'm happy with this. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is to bring my photo right here. And by looking at these visuals, I realized I actually forgot to include in this folder the photo I wanted to use. So I'm going to go back to my, my project right here. So under Your Projects, this is my Ronnie website folder. I'm going to go back to Your Project because I do have another folder with some photos of me. Okay, photos of Ronnie. Okay, so the photo I want to use is actually this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to move it. So move to folder. And I'm going to go and find my website Ronnie folder and move that photo to my folder. Now, the photo should be moved. Yes, it is. I can come back to Canva, and I'm going to refresh. And now, under my folders, or actually it's still pinned right here in the object panel. So I should see my photo. See, it's right here. So I can grab it and put that or drop that into this round frame right here. Now, obviously, I cannot stay with some white buttons and white fonts right here on my yellow background. So I'm going to change all of this white color to a darker color, probably to my black color. Okay, so I'm going to click on the first text box right here, which is actually 2 text boxes grouped together with the name and the title, and simply bring my personal brand kit. You see, this one right here is Learn with Ronnie, which is not the brand kit I want to be using. So again, because I'm using a Canva Pro account, I have access to all my different brand kits. The brand kit I want to be using is Ronnie's brand kit, this one right here. So now I have my 2 color palettes from Ronnie's brand kit, my primary color palette and my neutral color palette. I probably want to go with the darkest of the blacks, so just pure black, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 6 zeros. So let's go ahead and click on this one. And I'm going to change all. You see, I have the option to change all of these kind of grayish color for black. So I'm going to do that. And then same here with these buttons. I'm going to go for black and click on change all. Okay, so this actually is already a good part of the job. Now I need to make these buttons right here as well black. So I'm going to go one by one and change their color to black. Okay, oops. I'm going to try to change all of these at the same time, see if it works. Yes, it does work. Okay, so this is where I am. In terms of the social media icons, for my website, I would like to use 4 different social buttons. Okay, I would like to use my LinkedIn account. I would like to use our YouTube channel. I would like to use my Facebook page and my Udemy profile. Okay, so I will need to find these 4 social media buttons. And again, this was actually planned from the beginning, and I designed this on my structure in the piece of paper that I showed you before. So yeah, I highly recommend that for your website, you plan every single button. And this you can do from the beginning when you are actually designing your structure. So now I know that I need this button. All I need to do is to find them in Canva. So I'm going to head over my elements right here, and I'm going to search for a LinkedIn icon, a black LinkedIn icon. See if I can find one. So this one is fine. I'm not going to resize it for now. I'm just going to put it here on the side, and you will understand why in a second. Next one is a YouTube icon. So I'm going to swap LinkedIn for YouTube. I just want something very classic and normal, so this one is fine. I'm going to bring it here as well. Next is Facebook. I actually have this one here that could work for Facebook. I'm going to make it black. And the last one is Udemy. Okay, so Udemy icon, let me just search for Udemy icon. And I do have one right here. Comes out black, so that's perfect. I'm going to leave it here. Now, why did I put these icons here on the side and not start like resizing them and replacing them? Well, because I can do all of these at the same time. Okay, so I'm going to select all of them, and now I'm going to move them and position them right next to the other icons right here. So you see the dashed line at the bottom. This is telling me I am aligned there with the other icons. And now, without deselecting, I'm going to grab them by a corner and resize them all at once. Okay, so I can move them on the other side until I see this dashed line on top right here, basically telling me that now I am aligned with these other icons. And now I can move them around and align them. So the order is also important. Like, which order do you want your icons to be displayed on your website? For me, I would like LinkedIn first, and then YouTube, and then Facebook page, and then Udemy last. Okay, so I'm going to do that, making sure all of these icons have the same size. Okay, so now I see that they are, because they're all aligned within the dashed lines. So yeah, this looks pretty good. Now, there's one more thing I need to make sure of, is that these 4 icons actually evenly spaced horizontally. Okay, so for that, I'm going to select them all, like so. Click on the position button, and then space evenly horizontally. And then Canva is going to calculate the space between each of these icons and simply space them evenly horizontally. Okay, now this is done. I can bring that to the right place, but let me first delete these 2. I'm going to reduce their size slightly. And now you see this dashed line on my photo. This indicates me that I am exactly at the middle. So this is exactly what I want. Okay, this looks good. Now, obviously, I need to add some links to these buttons so that they actually redirect people to these different social media platforms. So I'm going to do that very quickly. I'm going to copy the links from another screen right here that you don't see. But the first one will be my LinkedIn button. So I can click on this little menu right here that says more, and then link, and then just paste and enter. Okay. Same with the other buttons. So the next one is YouTube. So I'm just going to copy the link and bring that. Okay, right here. I'm going to paste the link like so. Same here for Facebook page. So just copying the link and bring them here on this design. Like so. And the last one is my Udemy profile, where people can find all my courses. So again, copying the link and bring it here. Perfect. Enter. Don't forget to hit enter after each and every link. I think there's just one thing I would like to change here on this channel. Let me see if this is the direct subscribe link. So I'm going to copy that and test it in a new incognito tab. Okay, so I'm going to do this, create a new incognito tab. I'm going to paste that link here. I just want to test one thing.
Today I'm going to
Yes, that's what I thought. I do have a direct YouTube link, so I'm just going to copy it because I actually know it. So it's a bit.ly/. Okay, this should have a direct link directly to our subscribe button. So there is a way to create a direct subscribe button on YouTube, and that's exactly what I want. So let me show you the difference. I'm going to copy this link and again show you how it looks in an incognito tab, new incognito tab. I'm going to paste this one right here and see.
Today I'm going to teach
So you see this is the direct subscribe link
in Canva like the
to YouTube. So it creates a pop-up where the user, the visitor, is prompted to subscribe to your channel. So this is what I wanted. Okay, so that's just a little tip. Let's come back to our homepage right here. I have created the links for all of the buttons, and we are going to test them in a moment. The next thing I want to do is to work with this photo right here. I like it, but I would love to have an outline around this frame. Okay, I know there are some frames, some round frames with an outline. So I'm just going to go to the Elements tab right here. And from here, I'm going to search and see all the frames and search for that rounded frame with the outline. It should be around here. So here, there you go. I'm going to resize it first. Okay, so that's the right size. I'm going to detach the photo from this one, detach photo. I right-clicked on it. Let me show you again. I right-click on it and then detach. And then I take it and put it in my other frame. And that frame will have not a blue outline, but a black outline, like so. Now, all I have to do is to just bring it back to where I want it. Okay, I'm going to push it backward so I can reach the other one and delete it. And now this is the final result. Let's make sure this is properly aligned with everything. You see, it is aligned with the social icons, and it is aligned with my name right there. Perfect. And talking about names, let's customize these names because this is not my name. So I'm just going to type in my name, Ronnie Hermosa. And instead of beauty and fashion, I'm going to write what I do, which is content creator / teacher. Content creator / teacher. Okay, let's apply my branded fonts. Okay, so the first one is going to be prompt black or prompt bold. Yes, prompt bold. And the second line is going to be prompt light. Okay, but I want to make this bigger. And I also want to make this one bigger. So this one 28, probably 32 or 35 even would be a better size. Okay, Ronnie Hermosa. Oh, actually, you know what? It would be nice to have my name not sticking out. So let me bring back the guides, okay? The guides that I hid in the beginning. So I'm going to go to Files, Show Rulers and Guides. And now I'm going to bring back the guides so I can see what I'm working with here. Okay, these I don't need, but I actually need these ones. So my name here, I would like the name to be bigger, but not bigger than these two lines. It needs to fit in there. So 32 is probably a better dimension for it. And this one, 15, maybe I should reduce it to 14. So there's a bit more contrast between my name and my title. Okay, so now let me grab my piece of paper, and I'm just going to use the different buttons or the different sections of my website. The first one is the right one, is actually about me. But first, I'm going to change this typography here because HK Grotesque is not my custom font. Okay, this button should be in prompt light, so to be consistent with my typography. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to prompt light. And in terms of size, I think I'm going to stick with 12. Same here, prompt light. Again, prompt light. I could have used this button here to change all the fonts. So I just have one more, so not a big deal. Prompt light, sorry. Okay, this looks good. The first button should say about me. The second should say courses. The third one should say talks and webinars. Talks and webinars. Talks and webinars. Be very careful about typos, guys. Like, this is super important. You cannot have any typos on your website. And the last button says work with me. Okay, so this is what I have so far. Let me make sure this is not bolded. So I'm going to unbold all of these for a nicer effect. Okay, I think we are good with this. Now, let me tell you a little bit about these new Canvas sites and the features that they actually offer to users from right here, from within the editor. But first, let's change this title. Now that we have customized it, let's call this Ronnie's link in bio website. Okay, let's call this website like so for now. We might change the title later, but there's a couple of things I wanted you to know about these new sites. First, you will notice that the page buttons or the page controls have moved from right here on the top right corner to the top left corner right here, okay, on the side. Because let me show you, if I add a page to this website, you see that first the page will be completely touching the first page. There will be no space between the two pages like a normal Canva document, okay? Because this is a one-page scroll down landing page. Okay, so it is actually logical that there are no spaces between the two pages of my website. So therefore, Canva had to find another space to actually host these different controls right here for your page. So namely, this is add a page, delete the page, duplicate the page, and then move the page up or down. Okay, so this is the first thing. The second thing is that you have a preview button. Okay, so if I click on the preview button, now Canva shows me my website in 3 different formats. So this is the web format, you see, but you can toggle between your desktop format, your tablet, and your phone, mobile. So for me, I want to put a particular attention, a particular focus on the phone experience, because I know that most of my audience is probably going to visit my website from their smartphone. So I will really put a lot of attention to how my website looks on a mobile phone. Okay, so this is how it looks on a mobile phone right now. I have my links right here, and you can see the hand is changing because these links are actually clickable. So I'm just going to click on one, for example, the Udemy link, see if it works. Yep, brings people to my profile, so that's great. Yeah, I think this homepage looks great. There's one more thing I would like to do from here, just because I can and because I think it's cool. I would like to add a link, kind of like a hidden link inside this photo, so that people who will click on that photo will actually be surprised, and they will kind of uncover or discover this Easter egg, like we call the little like hidden features about me, okay? And so the link I want to add here is an actual video from our YouTube channel where I answer 20 questions about myself, okay? So this is a video that I created based on questions that I received a lot on the YouTube channel from our audience. And so we created a video answering these questions. I would like to add a link. So let me do that. Let me close the preview. I'm going to head to YouTube and quickly find that video on our channel. So 20 questions about Ronnie. I think this should, yes, this is the video right here. So I'm going to copy the link of this video. Okay, so for that, I'm going to come here, click on share, copy the link, come back to Ronnie's link in bio website, click on the frame, and I'm going to add a link right here. And there you go. Now I have a hidden link right here in my photo for people who will click on it. And yeah, they will be surprised. They will be pleasantly surprised. I actually hope so, that they will enjoy this little bonus that they unlocked. All right. So I think I'm going to leave it here for this lecture. We were successful at creating this homepage. Now we have our buttons. In the next lecture, what we are going to do is to create these 3 pages right here. A page about my courses, a page about talks and webinars that I can give, and then different ways that people can work with me. Okay, so obviously you will be following along and you will have your very own pages about the products or the services that you sell. So this will obviously influence what comes, like the text and the calls to action that come into these buttons. But for me, this is what it is. This is a real life website that I will be using for my real business. So yes, this is absolutely what I want you to do as well, to use this course, to use this lecture to create an actual asset for your business. So please do follow along with your information. Don't just like copy this same template, same calls to actions, because won't be very useful to you. All right, so I will see you in the next lecture and we'll start designing these other pages. Welcome back, guys. Let's continue building our website. So this is where we got so far. Okay, so we have designed our landing page, our home page, I would say, with the 4 different buttons that will lead to the different sections of the website. And I'm going to show you at the end of this lecture how to link these buttons to the actual sections of your website. But yeah, this is where we are. So we need to design a page for our courses, a page about talks and webinars, and a page for people to know how we can work together, collaborations. All right, so there are 2 ways really to go about this. You could design from scratch. And if this is what you want to do, I highly recommend you sketch every single page on a piece of paper first, so that you understand how they will actually look, and it will be easier for you to find the right elements, to find the right visuals. The second way to go about this, which is the easy way, is to use some of Canva's templates. Okay, so when you use Canva's templates, you actually tap into some websites that have already been designed by professional designers or talented Canva creators, if it's sourced from the community. So this is the option I decided to go with. And I want to run you through my entire thought process for designing these other pages. So the page about my courses, I want to display 3 of my best-selling courses, okay? And maybe some student testimonials as well, to kind of give some social proof on this little website of testimonials of happy customers, happy students. Then the section about talks and webinars, I just want to let people know I also can create and deliver custom webinars for specific events. So you can invite me to be part and to talk at your event. Okay, and I want to give an easy way for people to contact me and ask for my prices or offer me a specific webinar opportunity. So something like that. And then the last button right here, work with me, I would like to let people know, look, I'm open to all of these things. So I'm open for you to reach out so that I can create a sponsored video about your company, your product or service on our YouTube channel. You can reach out to me if you want to get me on your podcast. We could collaborate on content creation. So I want to show people, I want to give people a few ideas of how we could work together. So how did I get there? How did I select the right templates? And from these templates, what did I pick? Like, what pages did I select? Okay, so the way I went about this is like so. Okay, so this is simply a search for website. From the Canva homepage, I typed in website, just like we did in the previous lecture. And this is the page, the result page of all the different websites. So I also used some of these filters right here. I used in the style filters, I used simple, modern, clean. And in the themes, I used business. Okay, so this kind of narrowed down my results right here to approximately 40 templates. It is very probable that when you take this course, you will see more templates because Canva will just keep adding more and more and more website templates, which is a great thing for you and for all of us as users, because then we'll have more choices. But at this time, because the Canva Sites feature is still relatively new as of today, I have about 40 results for these filters, which is fine. So I'm going to show you what I did. I simply went ahead and hovered my mouse over each of these templates and quickly saw like a preview of the pages and thought, okay, is this something I could use on my website? If not, I just simply moved on to the next one. So here you see I'm not clicking on anything. I'm just hovering the mouse over the template and the pages just like scroll through. So this one, not so interesting to me. Actually, this first page, the second page right here, could be a good about me. This page as well could be interesting. So this one seems interesting, so I will preview it so I can actually scroll through it at my own pace. So get to know me. This could be my About Me section. I will have a little bit more text, but I see there enough space. I could push the call to action down and have a visual here. Available properties. So this would be great for displaying my 3 courses that I want to show there. Oh, I have a satisfied client. So this template is actually very appealing to me because it has a lot of the things that I want to add to my website. So what I will do, I will star this website using the star button right here. I could also open it and keep that in a separate tab, but for now, I just star it and I will recall it from Canva. Okay, so let's continue. So I did this pretty much for most of these templates. It took me a little bit of time because I really wanted to see if there are some assets in them that could be useful. The other one I selected is this one right here for one specific page. I'm going to show it to you by previewing the template. And that is the last, this page right here. Okay, so this page I think will be very good for me for the Work With Me section of the website. So I'm going to star this template as well. All right, now back to my website right here. We are going to start creating the other pages. So let's go. The second page is going to be my About Me page. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the background for now, because if you remember correctly, in my Ronnie website folder, which is still right here, I do have a second background, this one right here, this gray background. So what I'm going to be doing on the website is to alternate the yellow background and the gray background. And I'm going to alternate these colors to clearly distinguish the different sections of the website. So this one is going to be coming right here on page number 2 of the website. And then the next page will be a yellow one, and then gray, and then yellow. You got the point. So what I'm going to do is to also add some blur to this image, so we stay consistent with the first background right here. So I'm clicking on it, and then Edit Image. And again, my Adjust sliders. I'm going to click on See All. And this time, I'm going to add a bit more blur than 12. I'm going to go all the way to 21. Okay. 21, this looks good. and I'm going to right click on it, set image as background, and then double click, and I'm going to zoom in some more because I want to add a little bit of randomness to my background. I don't want them all to be exactly identical. I want to have this feel that they are actually changing throughout the website. The only way I can do this is if I zoom in on these backgrounds. So I have enough space here and here and here at the bottom to actually move this one around. Because if it's just only the dimensions of my page, then I cannot move it because it's just filling up the page. So I'm going to leave it like so. It's just a little bit of randomness to it, nothing really fancy. I didn't touch the page dimension. This is another feature that I haven't yet spoken about, but you can actually, let me add another page and show you from here. You can reduce and scale the dimension of each sections, each pages of your website. You see, I can make it longer if I want, and I can really go very long if I want. I don't know what's the limit, but I can make this really long or really narrow. The narrowest is this, is 40 pixel high, you see, 40. And I like that Canva actually gives you the measurement. But I'm not changing the ones that I have created, especially not the homepage, but I'm not changing the dimension of any of them because I feel like Canva, by default, is giving you the appropriate size so that it fits a mobile phone screen entirely. Okay, so I'm not messing around with this, but it's just know that this is an option, and I will show you at the end of the project, we will actually create a custom dimension. So for now, I'm just going to delete this last page and keep page number 2 right here. Okay, now I have my background. This page is ready to welcome the information that I need for my page right here, which is my About Me page. Okay, so I'm going to go back and find this template that I starred, remember? So where do you find your starred template? It's under your folder, okay, and you'll see your star right here, and now you have a mix of different images and graphics and also templates that you have saved. So the template I'm going to be using is this one right here. I'm going to click on it and making sure page 2 is selected. Actually, I'm creating a new page. Otherwise, this page, if I bring it here, will replace my current page 2. I want to keep this background. So creating page number 3, and I'm going to bring this page right here. Okay. What I'm going to do next is to copy everything. I'm going to move these guides out of the way because now I'm done with them. So I have copied everything here. I'm going to Command X or Control X and then Control V to bring it back. Okay. The reason why I'm copying and pasting from a template is because I figured Canva has already optimized their layout. Okay. So they know where to put each elements, each text boxes, photos, titles, so that it looks great. Let me preview this very quickly on a mobile, and you will see that this page looks actually great. So I'm not going to mess too much with the size of the text boxes, the titles, the visuals, or even the calls to action, because they are already pretty much where they need to be. All I'm going to do is to swap them for my own things, my own text, my own calls to actions, my own titles. Okay, but they already look good. They are already quite optimized. So this is why I'm working with some existing templates. Okay, so from here, this text right here, I'm going to change it. I'm going to make this slightly larger, and I'm going to change this for a creative entrepreneur. Okay, a creative entrepreneur. This is good. I'm going to change this for my font, which is prompt bold. Okay, and I'm going to go for 42 in size. And I need to remain consistent with all my text boxes and my H1, H2, H3 titles. They need to remain consistent across the entire website. So if this is 42, all the other page titles will need to be in prompt bold 42. This is super important. Let's preview this one more time to see if changing this text changed anything here. A creative entrepreneur. This looks good. I'm happy with this. Now I need to simply change. I can push this up slightly. I'm going to change the visuals. So here I have a visual in my website folder that I created earlier. This is the visual. And this shows the media reach of basically the different channels that I am active on. Okay, so I'm going to scale that up a little bit, and I'm going to position it exactly here. I could drop it in the frame. I mean, why not? And then move the frame, but the frame is exactly where it needs to be already. So I can double click on the frame and maybe zoom in a bit on this image, like so, and click out. And now this is what it looks like. So this is already pretty good. I'm going to ungroup these elements right here and move the call to action down a bit and replace the text for my text. This font needs to be consistent with the rest of my fonts, so it should be in the prompt family, probably prompt light, size 18, that's fine. But I'm going to paste my real text. So this is the text I want to have on this page. I have two passions, teaching and building communities. Let me zoom in a bit. I'm going to fit. Yeah, I have two passions, teaching and building communities. I see Canva as a powerful tool to generate an income while doing what you love. That is why I teach about it. I worked at Canva for 2 years, and now I focus on my online courses and YouTube channel. Okay, I like that. I'm going to bring this to the middle of my page. Maybe I push up this title a bit, and I can move the visual up a little bit too. And then my call to action. I actually don't like too much this style of call to action, like this oval shape. I would prefer something a little bit more modern, a little bit cleaner. And I have something in mind. I would love to continue like duplicating this style of buttons right here. So let's click on one. Let's grab one actually. And I Control-C this one to copy it. I'm going to come here, delete this one, and Command-V, Control-V. Now, this is what I have. I have this button right here that I can center with my text box. And this button needs to be custom as well. Okay, so from here, what I would love to do is to redirect people to another website that I have created, which is more about telling people how they can get started with Canva. So I'm going to show you this website very quick. So this is the website. It's another website I have created with Canva. If you follow our YouTube channel, you would probably recognize this website. And so on this website, I have 3 free ways for people to get started today. So to discover our content on YouTube, to dive deeper with some classes, and then to start creating by signing up for Canva. Okay, so this website right here, it's just a link. I'm going to copy the link, come back to my project, which is right here. And the call to action should be related to starting your Canva journey, basically. So I would like the call to action to be start your Canva journey. Start your Canva journey. Okay, so this is good. And obviously, I need the call to action to pop out a little bit more than this, because black with the rest of the text on the same page being black as well, it's not going to work. So I need another color for this. I need something that will pop, definitely pop from this page. So something in the pink maybe, or fuchsia colors. So I actually have a color that I really like, this fuchsia right here, which is pretty close to the fuchsia from Fairtrade Connection. I want to use this one. So let's go ahead and bring that color from my brand kit. Okay, and same for the text, like so. And I'm probably going to bold this text, or actually change the font to prompt bold. Okay, so now I have, I have a bolder call to action right here that looks good. And the last thing I want to do is to make it bigger. Okay, so 12, it's not big enough. I have in mind maybe 15. So with the text box selected, I'm going to go ahead and push for 15, and then need to have all of this on one single line. Okay, just making sure it is aligned right here. Start your Canva journey. The last thing I need to do is to add my link. Remember, I copied that link. So I put it here. When you add a link to a text box, it will underline your text. So make sure you get rid of the underline if you don't want it. I don't really like it. So get rid of it. And here, if you pay close attention, you have two different things going on. You have your text box, which is where I just pasted my link. See, my link is right here. But I have this other thing, which is the frame around my text box. And this one doesn't have a link yet. So if people like misclick, they don't click on the text, but they click on the box, nothing will happen. So I will also paste my link in the box. Okay, so now I have my link in the box on the text box. And so it's kind of impossible to miss this button. Now, the last thing I want to do is to test this page, preview this page before we move on to the next page. So on desktop, looks great, okay? But I'm more worried about the mobile version, and this is what it looks like on mobile. So I'm pretty happy about this. Creative entrepreneur, the text is big enough. I have my visual, and then I have my paragraph, and then the button right here. Maybe I could push the paragraph slightly more up, so I have a little bit more space for the call to action. Let's try this. If I push it up a bit, I'm not sure it's going to change much, but let's preview this again and go straight to mobile. Yeah, there is a little bit more space. So this is good. I'm gonna leave page number 2 like so and move on to page number 3. Okay, so page number 3 is going to be this same color. So I'm going to come back to page 1 and duplicate it. Okay, duplicate the page. It's going to be duplicated right underneath. So I'm going to have to move this page down. Okay, and delete all of its content. And then the last thing I want to do is to add a bit of randomness to this visual right here. So I'm going to double click on it. And you see here, I didn't zoom in. Okay, so maybe I should come back to page 1, double click, let me zoom out, and zoom in a bit on this page so I can start adding this randomness to it. Okay, so this will be page 1. I'm going to actually delete this page altogether, like delete the page, delete this page as well, and duplicate this one again, because I duplicated it before zooming in. So now I've zoomed in and I want to duplicate it again. Again, getting rid of everything on it. And then double click here. And now is where I can add this randomness. I can move this like so, for example. And now it's kind of similar to page 1, but it's not. Okay, I just added some randomness to it. All right, so this page is going to correspond to this button right here that says courses. All right, so I want to showcase on this page my 3 best-selling courses so that my visitors can go straight to them on Udemy and decide to buy it, okay? So I actually saw something pretty cool in one of the templates. So let me come back to templates. And it was under my start template, actually, on this website. Yes, this page right here with 3 little placeholders and 3 photos. This will work perfectly for my courses. So I'm going to create a new page, add this page right here. You see here it says available properties. So I'm going to copy all of this. Let me first see how it looks on a mobile. So this is very important. And I love that Canva has this feature that lets you see how everything looks. You see that my text, my title, it shows smaller than the other page right here on page 2. So I want this to kind of look like page 2. So I will have to make sure I change this for the other text box. But for the rest, I really like how these 3 placeholders look. And all I will have to do is to change the photos and the little description for something related to my courses. So let's go ahead and create that. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to Control-C all of these boxes right here and paste that here. And I'm going to bring my title from this previous page and paste that here. Okay, I'm going to make that slightly bigger and add my title, which is Fun and Affordable Courses. Fun and Affordable Courses. Now, let's see how this looks. I have no idea if this would look good at this stage. So let's go ahead and preview this. Go straight to mobile. Yeah, this still fits right here. So this is good, but it doesn't look that good on the desktop preview. Well, it's not too bad, but I mean, it could be, if it was centered on the page, it might look better. So let's try and see if I could center this. So position, center, like, oops, not, that's middle, Control Z, center. Let's see one more time with the preview how this looks. Yeah, this looks good. So I'm going to leave it like so because it doesn't make much of a difference. So I'm going to close it, but it looks better on this page. All right, so now back to my folder with my images. And I'm going to start tweaking these text boxes by adding my course thumbnails in each of these frames. Okay, so there are 3 courses. And I'm going to replace each of the text boxes for what they should be saying. Okay, so this one is the personal branding master course. Okay, I'm going to ungroup each of these. Actually go back, like I'm going to Control Z because I see that because it was grouped and I changed something, I added some text in a group of elements here. I'm going to ungroup each of them first, because if I don't, what's going to happen is that the text and the boxes will be kind of distorted, and I don't want that. Okay, so what I want is to have first, like to have this font being my branded font. Okay, so this needs to be my prompt family, probably prompt bold, this one as well, this one as well, and this one needs to be prompt light. Okay, so I'm going to use the little brush right here. I'm going to copy here. I don't know why this text box disappeared here on this side, but there. Okay, so now I do have my custom fonts. I just need to change the information for the right one. Okay, so for that, I'm going to copy this information from another document right here that you don't see. Okay, this one is the personal branding master course, and the description. I decided to make the description fit on 2 lines so that I have a little bit more space for my titles. Okay, I feel like the titles are important and I needed a bit more space. So the prompt bold is maybe a little bit too big. So let's go for the normal prompt. Okay, so prompt light, prompt medium. Let's go for prompt medium. I'm going to switch back to this brand kit. Okay, so prompt medium. Let's see. Yeah, this is better. I'm going to change not all of the prompt bold for prompt medium because this will change it on the entire document. So what I'm going to do is to just use the paint roll right here, the roller, the copy style button. Okay, become the go-to person in your niche. So that is the promise of the personal branding master course. There's a little arrow right here. So I believe this looks pretty good. Let me see if I should maybe make that a little bit bigger, 16. Yeah, actually, this looks good. I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to delete these and bring the one that fits on 2 lines, because I'm going to make an effort to have this description for each of the courses fit on only 2 lines. So I need to copy this text box twice. So Command C, Command V. And I'm just using the assisting grids right here, guides, to make sure they are centered. And now I can bring on other information. So the one here in the middle is this course right here that you are following, the Canva master course. just making sure it is centered. And then we have the last one right here, which is Canva Next Level, which is an advanced course about Canva that I'm teaching with Diana. Okay, now description for each of these. Just quickly bringing my information. Again, like I highly recommend you write the entire copy of your website before you start to design it, because this will make it so much quicker and so much easier for you, because this is probably the hardest job about creating a website, is coming up with your copy. Like your copy is the most important thing on your website. So yeah, spend some time with it. Figure out what is the most efficient way to say things in the least amount of words possible, okay? So for example here, personal branding master course, become the go-to person in your niche. This is the promise. Canva master course, use Canva to grow your business. Canva next level, take your Canva skills to pro level, okay? So these are like very simple sentences, but powerful. Like I thought long and hard about them and how to express the essence of each of these courses. Now, of course, what you will want to do is to add, now I can group back these group of elements together. Okay, so each of the groups are going to be grouped together. All of these, oops, not the title, all of these elements need to grab this little arrow. There you go, group. And now I need to add links. Okay, so Udemy actually allows teachers to create their own referral links to their own courses. So that's what I've done here. I've created a direct referral link to each of these courses. And I'm going to just paste them right there in all of these elements. I'm going to speed up this part of the video because I don't think it is super interesting. We've done this before for the social icons. So it's exactly the same process. I'm going to click on every single element right here. So for each of them, I'm going to have the background, like the yellow place, or like the yellow shape. I'm going to have the photo, and I'm going to have all of these other elements. Even the little arrow right here, I'm going to place a link. The link will be the same for all the elements of this box, and same here as well. Okay, so I'm going to place all of these links right here. I fetched the link from my Udemy courses, but of course, this is going to be your service page or product page. So you will be putting links to, and I just see that this was not properly aligned, to your very own product. So I'm going to speed up the video and do this very quickly. All right, I finished adding all my links. What I want to do now is to use the preview button again and preview this website in mobile format. So let me do this. I see when I load my website that it shows me like a dark background first. So I'm kind of wondering if there is detached from, yeah, there is a background right here that I'm going to get rid of. Don't need to see this. Set as image. Let me see if it's here as well. Detach image, no, it's not. So I'm going to Command Z. And here, last one here, detach. Yes, it is as well. Just going to make sure there's no information on this website that I don't need. All right, so I have, let me come back to preview because I was previewing the website and then I was bugged down by the color. Yes, so now it's white, so it's less obvious that something is going on. So page 1 looks good. Page 2, fun and affordable courses. You can see that they are clickable. Okay, everything is clickable. So let me just open one to see, open in a new incognito window. Yep, go straight to the course landing page. So yeah, test every single link. Here I have already tested them. But yeah, this page looks great. And we can continue with our next page. So I'm going to be deleting this one right here. The next page is going to be gray. So I'm going to copy this one right here, duplicate page 2, move it down, get rid of everything here. Maybe not the title. I'm going to keep using this title. So here, the title would say what my students are saying. Okay, I need this to fit in one single line. Okay, what my students are saying. Okay, and I'm going to make sure this is centered, position centered. Okay. All right, so back to my templates, guys. Let's go back to the templates. Oops, no, actually my start templates right here, because I really liked this layout already made from the same template right here. We were pretty lucky with this template because I liked page number 2, page number 3, and now I'm going to be using most of the layout from page number 4 as well. So adding a new page right here, this is what the page actually looks like. I'm not going to use the title because I already have it, but everything else is going to come to my page right here. Okay, so obviously here you need to fetch some real testimonials. Okay, these are like templates, but yeah, I do have a bunch of testimonials on Udemy, on our YouTube channel. There's a bunch of comments on my Facebook page as well. There's 70 plus reviews right there. So what I've done is that I just selected not four, but 3 testimonials that seem very lovely. And I'm going to be using that on the website. I just see here that I need to put some capital letters here and there. So I am actually consistent with the rest of the website, what my students are saying, and making sure it is perfectly centered. Okay, so the first student is actually called Gabriela. And I'm not going to put their full names just to respect their privacy. And also, in order to respect their privacy, I'm going to change their photo. I'm not going to be using their real life photo to respect their privacy. I would recommend if you're building this website with some real client testimonials, that either you don't use their photo, or if you do use their photo, ask for permission. Okay, me, because I don't know how to reach out to them, because these were taken out of the hundreds of testimonials I received on my courses, I don't know how to get back to them. So I only have their name and what they have written on my Udemy profile, and they didn't have a photo, or maybe if they had a photo, I didn't want to use it out of respect for them. And also I'm not showing their full last name. So I'm just going to be using some placeholder photos that I found on Canva, but be careful about this. Like for your website, I would recommend you either don't use photos or use real life photos, but you ask for permission first. In my case, because I cannot reach out to them, I'm just going to swap the photo for something else. But the testimonials are absolutely real. Okay, so let's do this. I just wanted to be completely transparent with you guys about the photos, because if you are one of these 3 people, you would say, what the heck, Ronnie, this is not me. Well, this is why I'm doing it like so. Okay, so Gabriela A, James M, and Josim T are the 3 people. All right, so what I'm doing now is just I'm copying each of these 3 people's testimonies, okay, that I'm fetching from my other document right here on my second screen that you don't see. Okay, so there you go. I have all of them, and I just want to make sure these are aligned. You see the stars? I want these stars, maybe change the color of the stars. I would go for my custom yellow, but it's not enough contrast. So I'd use this orange right here. Okay, so change all. Yes, perfect. This looks good. And now I'm going to bring up my photos that I have fetched previously. Okay, and just organizing them right here in these text boxes. I'm going to zoom in slightly so I can center this photo a bit more. Okay, so that's for Gabriela. This is James right here. I'm going to try to make each of the heads about the same size. I think it looks better when there is some sort of consistency also in the size of people, in the size of their photos. This is actually too much. This one as well. Maybe push this one up. Push this one to this side. Yep, and then Josim, I have this photo right here. of this young man. And again, these are not the real people. I did that out of respect for their privacy. So there we go. We have the 3 people, we have the real testimonials, and we have the 5 stars. Okay, I'm pretty much done with this page. That was quick. Let's preview it. Let's see how it looks on a mobile. Okay, so I'm gonna be scrolling down, making sure everything is good here, what my students are saying. Okay, so I'm seeing each of these testimonials. Oh yeah, I need to change the font. This is not my custom font. Okay, close. All right, so yes, open sans, no. This needs to be prompt bold, or actually prompt medium would be better. 22 is fine, so open source, prompt medium, yes, change all, please. Okay, so this one, what about this one? Prompt medium, and then these ones right here, I'm gonna change this for prompt light, and this is too small, I guess, 12. Maybe because I'm not zoomed in enough, so let's fit to page. Yeah, this actually looks good. So I'm gonna select all of this, copy style, and paste the style to the text box right here. Okay, so I think this page is ready now. I can move on to the next page. So if I scroll back up, I have about me, I have the courses, which were the 2 pages I just created. Now let's create the page about talks and webinars. Okay, we have 2 more pages to go. So hold on there. I'm going to continue. I don't think I'm going to cut to a new lecture. This one is going to be a little bit longer. Let's delete all of this information. Now, what I want to do is to recreate something pretty similar to this page right here. So first, I'm going to duplicate page number 3 right here. Duplicate this page. I will move it down. And I will get rid of this. Get rid of the title as well, and bring up the information that I have right here. Okay, so I have my frame, I have my column, I have a call to action, and I have my title. Let's bring on all this information right here. But before that, let's move this background a little bit. Let me first paste. Okay, so why? Okay, I thought this background had been zoomed in already. So no worries, I can double click on it, zoom, move it a bit, like so, and click. So adding this randomness to it. Okay, right here, there's gonna be another photo of me. So this page is all about talks and webinars. Okay, so let's start with the title, talks and webinars. So I want people to be able to work with me, invite me to their events. I'd love to speak, organize workshops, organize webinars. So let's make that clear. Okay, so position, I'm gonna make this center, talks and webinars. And I want to use this photo right here. Okay, I'm going to drop it in my frame because there was still a frame. We couldn't see it, but it was still there. And I'm going to reposition this in my frame so it's a little bit better, better frame. Maybe I can zoom in slightly. Okay, I want to see the camera and the ring light. Okay, I think this looks good. Maybe I could move it so we can see the entire ring light. Let's see. Yeah, now we see the entire ring light. Maybe zoom out slightly, like so. Yeah, I'm happy about this. I'm going to bring up my text. Okay, so this is my text right here. It says, I deliver talks and webinars about Canva, personal branding, and content creation. I've led training sessions, workshops, and consultancies in over 20 countries for people and companies, including Facebook, Canva, the City of Sydney, and Oxfam. Okay, and then the call to action. The call to action will actually say, book me for your event. Okay, so let's change that. Book me for your event. Okay, that's the call to action. Obviously, it will have another link right here. Then the first one right here, start your Canva journey. We redirected people to our website, the other website. Now, this one right here, I want this to lead them to my messenger, to my Facebook Messenger. So I want them to message me on Facebook. And you could redirect people to a phone number. You could redirect people to an email. You could redirect people to a WhatsApp Messenger. Me, I use Messenger, Facebook Messenger all the time. So I'm going to be adding a link right here. Let's do that right now for Messenger. And so there is a shortcut for links to Messenger. It's m.me, then / and then your messenger name. Mine is Ronnie Hermosa. So I believe this should send people to my messenger. So let's try this link. Okay. Oops, it didn't work right here. Oh yeah, I know why, because I used, yes, there are two different links right here. There is the box and there is the text. So now I need to add this link to the text as well. Boom, that's why I didn't underline it. Okay, I ununderlined it, and now I can test this link. I will do that, but first I want to add one more thing to this image, is my Canva Expert badge. Okay, so this is the official badge that Canva gives to the Canva Expert. I don't want it to snap in the frame, so I'm going to hold my Command key, my Control key on my keyboard, held down, and like so, the badge is going to stick where it needs to be. If I release my Command key, this is what happens. The badge snaps into the frame right here. With my Command key held down, then I can move it around and nothing happens. Okay, I'm going to make this slightly bigger, like so. Position it right here and release. Okay, so now I need to test this page, see if everything works. And if it does, then we will move on to the next page. So let's preview this page. Go to my mobile. It's really important to have everything looking great on mobile first. So talks and webinars. This one is slightly off to this side, but I can see that this fits. My call to action, I'm going to click on it, see what happens. Should direct me to Messenger. Yes, it does. So this is great. It works. All right, so I can close this preview. This text right here, maybe it's not exactly centered. Yes, it is. So it's fine. We will see how it looks in real life once we have published the website, because sometimes the preview is slightly off. So we can always have the benefit of the doubt. Okay, we have one more page to go, guys. And this page is the Work With Me page. Okay, so that is actually the page. Let me come back to my start templates right here. That is the page that I'm going to fetch from this other template, this page right here. So I'm going to add a page. So this will be my gray page. So this page right here. Let's copy this one first. So duplicate this page, move it down. I'm going to get rid of all of this. Change this slightly. I don't know why it didn't work with the yellow section. Actually quite surprised. Let me redo this by zooming in. Something happened that I'm not sure quite like what happened, but something didn't work. But it's fine. It's really easy to fix. I can make this bigger. Just adding this randomness. Okay, so book me for your event. Okay, this last page should say work with me, but it should be aligned on this side. So I'm going to grab this text and delete this one and paste it back up here. So text here, work with me. Work with me, like so. It's remain consistent with the capital letters. Okay, so every word, every important word, I would say. Yep, making sure it is consistent, and it is consistent. maybe 42. Oh yeah, I remember why we kept it to 32, so we stay within the size of these buttons. So let's not mess with this right now. Let's continue and build our last page. Okay, yes. So now that I have this, actually, I can click on this page right here and bring the page, which is going to be my guide. So this is going to be the guide. Okay, I want a big photo like this one. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So you see it's actually taking the entire space of the page, like so. And I'm going to replace this photo by a visual that I have here, which is this one. Okay, so this looks good. I can see the computer with all the tools. I'm here like looking at the viewer, the visitor, and smiling. I can see that I'm working on something interesting here. So yeah, this is what I will be using. Maybe I can slightly zoom in this picture, like so. And but I want to keep like the webcam and all this stuff because I think it's interesting. Okay, so this is what it's going to be looking like. And I will have my text right here. Maybe I can push this to this side a bit, or maybe I can simply let me resize my photo. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to its original size. Okay, I think the layout of this page looks good. Now I just have to bring my text. Maybe I'll try to make this one centered with what's coming here. And so I have my text right here. I'm just going to copy it from another document and bring it here. So I'm not losing your time. So my text is saying this: reach out if you are interested in sponsoring our videos on YouTube, getting me on your podcast, booking me for your event, collaborating on content creation, becoming an affiliate for my courses, or purchasing a coaching session. Okay, so these are just different ways we could work together. I'm just suggesting here to anyone visiting the website. Okay, I can delete this page. I'll keep the last one because I'm going to show you a last trick. And then the call to action here will be my email. Okay, so I'm going to copy this button, bring it here, making sure it is centered right here. And I'm going to just write my email. So, okay, this is the email. And obviously, I need to change the link. So when you type in an email in the link box, Canva will automatically recognize it is an email. And when you click on it, when people click on it, let me copy it first because I also need to paste it in the box. This time I will not forget. Otherwise, there's another link here. You see there's still the messenger link. There we go. When people click on it, they will be prompted to, let me show you, I will go to the link, to send an email. Okay, so here my computer is not configured, so opens the email software automatically. But if you have configured this, or if you're using this on your phone, it will open an email. Okay, so let me quit this for now. Okay, so this is what it is. Let's preview this last page, making sure it looks good on mobile. We're getting pretty close, guys. Our website is really taking shape, and I like how this is looking. So there's an image, there you go. So first call to action. I will double check every single call to action. Obviously, you absolutely need to do this. Work with me. Okay, the photo is going to come here underneath. There you go. So this looks good. Work with me. Call to action, the photo. Perfect. All right. So the last thing I want to do here is to create, because remember, this is a scroll down landing page. So the last thing I would like to do is to create a little section, which is kind of like a footer. So I'm going to reduce the size of this page to the minimum. I'm going to change the color to black. And I'm going to add a link here that says go back to top, okay, or back to top. So for this, just going to create a text box, and it says back to top. Very simply, back to top. And then I will add a link to this to go back to the homepage, to this page right here. All right, I think we are good to go. Prompt bold. Yep, this is already in the right font, in size 16. That is fine with me. So, guys, now it is time to add all our links to these different buttons right here. So let me show you how to do this. The first one right here, and again, we'll need to add a link to the square or the rectangle and the text box. Okay, let's make sure we do this. So let's start with the text box. Okay, so adding a link, and this will actually, I can link to pages in this document. So you can link to an external URL, or you can link to a specific page in this document. So this one, about me, I want this to be linked to this page right here. So I'm going to click on this page. I'm going to remove the underline, and then clicking on the rectangle and do the same thing. Go to page 2. Okay, good. And then just do the same thing for every single page. So this one will go to page number 3. Same for the text box. Don't want it underlined. And this one will need to go to page number 5 because page number 4 is the students' testimonials. So page number 5. Same for the text box. This goes to page 5. Get rid of the underline. And then the last page is page 6. Text box, page 6. There we go. No underline. And then the last little thing here, back to top. This one will have a link to, and will actually come to page 1. There you go. And also no link. All right. I believe we are done, guys. So the last thing I need to do, but I will spare you this part, is to check every single link, okay? So I will do that on my own, but I think our website is done. Let's quickly go to grid view to see the different pages. Okay, you see, so page 1 is our link in bio with all the links that will redirect the viewer to every single page. Not page 4, but they will get to page 3. They scroll down, they will see some student testimonials. And then the last one looks a bit broken here, but it's not. Let's preview it. All right, so you see the buttons here. Let me click on one to see. Yep, talks and webinar. I'm going to go to the last one, click on this, go back to the top. Perfect. Let's go to courses. Yes. Go back. About me. Perfect. Which one work with me? Perfect. Back to top. There you go, guys. This is a cool little website that we have created in what? Less than 2 hours. Social links, LinkedIn, it's all working. So yeah, I think this is a great way to create your personal website, your business website. You can be very flexible with everything you put here. You can create a longer website. You can create a shorter website. Could be a single page website. It's really up to you. But what's important to remember from this lecture is that I didn't reinvent the wheel. I just used some existing templates and I mixed and matched them to basically go find what I needed from different templates that I found were already well made. Maybe in the design level, they were not exactly what I was looking for, but at the functional level, they had the right layout, the right size, they look great on mobile. Somebody has thought about all of these things before me, so I could just leverage that work and just customize it by changing the background, by adding your own visuals, and of course your own copy. Then you can completely customize your website and no one will know this comes from this or that template. You will have your very own website looking great with all the information that you need. All right, so that's it for this lecture. In the next one, I'm going to show you the different options that you will have to actually publish your website, make it available online so that people can find it and start using it. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture, we are going to publish our website. Woohoo! We've worked very hard at creating this Canva website, and now it is time to make it functional, put it out there on the internet so that everybody can find it. You can share the link, and you can finally start showing your website to your audience. All right, so we have our pages here. Nothing has changed since last time. So what I'm going to do is to simply click on this button right here that says Publish as Website. Okay, so when I click here, Canva will give me 3 different options. First, it will lock my website and my design until I'm done publishing this website. Okay, but then I have to choose between 3 different options. So the first one is to publish on a free domain. So the free domain option is very convenient because it's free, right? So you will be hosting your website on Canva, and your Canva URL will be something like mycanvasite/something, right? So you will not be able to fully customize that URL. You will be able to customize part of that URL, but the beginning of the URL will be something Canva site. So that is free domain, and everyone can use that. So that's the good news, because if you're a Canva free user, you will be able to create up and host up to 5 free websites. Okay, there is a catch, and I will get to this in a minute, but you will be able to create the 5 free websites and host them for free on Canva. There will be a little watermark at the bottom of your website. So it will say something like created or designed with Canva and with the Canva logo, but it's quite discreet. I don't think it's not a huge watermark in the middle of your website or nothing like that. It's just a simple note at the bottom of your website. I will show you in a minute that says that it has been designed with Canva. So that's your first option. You can publish your website on a free domain that is given to you by Canva. The second option is to purchase a domain, and you can now buy that domain, that URL, via Canva. So if you decide to do so, let's continue here and show you. For example, if I'm searching for Ronnie Hermosa, let's try this. Canva will show you a list of available Ronnie Hermosa, blah, 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 websites that are available. I already have ronniehermosa.com. I bought that, not via Canva, but via a third-party hosting provider. It's not available here, but Canva gives me other options. So ronniehermosa.org, ronniehermosa.info. And so I can buy these URLs, these websites via Canva. And Canva tells me it's the price of these different URLs. This will vary depending on the extension. And this is a yearly price that you will be paying to Canva. So it is a recurring yearly subscription that you will have to pay directly to Canva to own that URL. But you would have to pay another service provider a similar price for owning your URL. As a matter of fact, I just renewed today the fairtradeconnection.org URL on my hosting provider, which is not Canva. So basically, these prices are standard, and this is just an easier way for you to buy your domain without leaving Canva. So I'm not going to do that for now because I already have a website, but the process is pretty straightforward. You choose the one that you want, and then you follow the steps, and then there will be a payment gateway where you can pay for the first year, and then you will have access to that URL. Okay, and the last option, if I come back here, is to use an existing domain. Okay, so you can publish your website to an existing domain that you own. All right, so this last feature is only going to be available for Canva Pro users. Okay, so Canva free users will be able to use a free domain, will be able to purchase a new domain, but they won't have this third option right here. So that's also why I wanted to create this website with my Pro account, because otherwise I wouldn't have had access to this last option right here, which is to use an existing domain to host your website. Okay, so in my case, both of these options are interesting, like publishing under a free domain, which is probably what I would recommend you guys to do first, to kind of get the hang of it and then check everything. If everything is okay, everything is in the right place, you do this under a free domain. And then you always have the possibility, once you have published under a free domain, to change that and to move your website to your existing domain. Okay, so let's start with the free domain. I'm going to click here, I'm going to continue the process. So yeah, your URL will be ronniehermosa.my.canva.site/Ronnie as link in bio website. Okay, so this is not great. I can probably customize this a bit more. So I'm going to be ronniehermosa.mycanva.site. Let's call this home, for example. Let's make it simple. Next, you can also customize some things here. You can customize your favicon, and you can customize the name of your website. So I'm just going to give this my name, my full name, Ronnie Hermosa. And then I'm going to click on the favicon, and I'm going to use this little profile picture of mine. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. The favicon is the little icon that you will have on your tab. Okay, so yeah, it's just that. For the description of your website, you can type in here pretty much what you want. So I could use content creator, Canva teacher. Could probably use something like this. So describe your website in less than 160 characters. So yep, Canva expert, Canva content creator, and YouTuber. Something like that. Get in touch and start your Canva journey today. Okay, why not? So I'm trying to optimize for the keyword Canva, as you would have understood by now. You can always come back and change your site description. Canva expert, Canva content creator, and YouTuber. Get in touch and start your Canva journey today. Yeah, why not? This is good. Enable password protection. So you have the option to make your website kind of private, and people will need a password in order to log in to your website, or to just be able to see your website. And you can also decide to hide your site from search engines. Okay, for some reason, you might want to decide that I don't want my site to be searchable, discoverable. So in that case, you will tick that little box. Me, obviously, I want my site to be discovered, so I will just not tick that box for now. So good, I have my URL. I have been able to customize part of it. I have my browser tab preview. Okay, I can preview this. Okay, see, it will look like this, which is kind of cool. And I can go ahead and publish this. So now Canva is preparing my website, my design, and I'm very nervous, but also excited to see my website live. Okay, it seems like my website is now live, and I can see it on this URL, or I can visit by clicking on this website. So I'm going to just do that, click on this, and this is the website. It is now live. Actually, it looks pretty cool. Yep, and you see what I was saying? Like, you have at the bottom of it, in the black background, you have Design with Canva, which is a button right here. Looks pretty cool. You have Terms and Support, and I have my button back to top, which is obviously working. The buttons are working as well. So there you go. This site is now live. The URL is this one. So ronniehermosa.my.canva.site/home. Okay, so if I close this page right here, and I just open a new tab and just paste that URL right here, and I'm coming straight to the website. Okay, looks great. Now, what I'm going to do is to show you how it looks on a mobile phone. For that, let me grab my phone, and we are going to see what the website looks like from my mobile device. From the get-go, I can see that the homepage looks great. I can see the entire homepage on my screen, so everything is actually above the fold, which is quite useful. And the elements are at the right size. I mean, this is the right size for mobile. It's not too small, it's not too big. I scroll down a bit, the first section looks like so. This one is not occupying the entire page, so I could make it a little bit bigger if I wanted to. Then keep scrolling. This is a section about my courses. I can see that the titles are also looking good. Yep, so the 3 courses right here, the student testimonials, looks great, talks and webinars, and work with me. So yeah, I can test the back to top button, goes back to the home page. I can test any of these buttons, like this, click on talks and webinars. Yeah, everything looks fine, back to top. So I am very happy about how this website looks once published. It's not the preview right here, it is the published website, and it looks great on my mobile phone. All right, coming back to my desktop. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm going to close this and show you a few more things. If you want to make additional changes to your website, you'll have to click on Edit Design again, okay? And then again, click on Publish Website, and this is where you can change things, okay? So changing, for example, where you want to host that site. Okay, so you can always come back to changing the different options. You can unpublish your site first. Let me do this. I'm going to unpublish the site. And then you will be able to come back by clicking on publishing again, but come back to your 3 different options. So if I wanted to try to, for example, host this under current website or current domain that I own, I would use the 3rd option right here. So I could go ahead, select the actual domain like so, and I could continue. This is the same description that I had. I could probably customize the favicon right here. Oops. Yep, like so, and then click on publish. This would probably take a couple of days to be verified, but we can try and see if it works straight away. But I've tried this in the past, and it took a couple of days to really publish your website under your actual domain. So we can try to see if it worked. https://ronniehermosa.com. Let's go and see a preview. Let's see if it works. So that is the preview, but is the website actually, I'm going to copy this and paste this right here. So there we go. We have our website, which is actually hosted now under ronniehermosa.com. And yeah, everything looks in its place right here. So yeah, this is pretty much everything in order. So just remember, guys, if you need to bring some changes to your website, it is super easy. All you have to do is simply come back to your design, click on Edit Design, make your changes, and then publish your website again. So in order to make changes, come back to design or to the document with your design. And I suggest for that you make very clear that this is ronniehermosa.com, and it is the bio link. You make your title very clear so that you know which document you actually have to come back to. Come here, publish your website again, and then you will be able to change your options. You can unpublish your site if you want to publish it in a different way, but that is how you will come back and republish your website. All right, I hope you had some fun creating your very own Canva website and publishing it. I hope that by now you have a Canva website and that you are proud of it because you have made it yourself. All right, I have one more lecture to go in which I'm going to give you some tips and tricks to create better Canva website. I will see you there. I thought I would end this section of the course with a list of 10 tips and tricks to create better Canva websites. And this is a mix of things I've learned along the way by creating a couple of different websites for myself and for other people. So here we go. Tip number 1, set a clear goal for your website. Before you start designing, or even before you start drawing the structure of your website, ask yourself, Why am I creating this website? What am I trying to achieve with this website? What next step do I want my website visitors to take? It is really important that you make this crystal clear. And it could be a few different things. You don't have to limit yourself to only one thing or one action. For example, the website we created together during this section aims at a couple of different things. First, I want people to click through my other page, the other website I created, where I explain 3 steps they can take to start their Canva journey. And there they will have the choice to discover my tutorials on YouTube, to try my Canva Pro affiliate link, or to buy my courses. The website also aims at getting people to contact me, to work with me in different ways, by booking me to conduct a webinar or talk for them, or simply to write me an email and explore ways we could collaborate. So, what would be your goals? Try to come up with 1 to 3 goals for your website and then prioritize them. Tip number 2, come up with some explicit call to action. Your call to action are the buttons you create or the links you include in your website to incite your viewers to take specific actions. And calls to action can be implicit, like the social media links under my photo on the homepage, or the 3 courses I'm promoting on my website. I would say that these are implicit because there is no proper call to click on this or buy that. The buttons are there, but people are free to click on them. I just made them obvious enough so that people know what to do. And then calls to action can also be explicit, like the buttons I created on the website. So let's go through them one by one so I can explain what I did in terms of the copy that I used on these buttons. The first one says, start your Canva journey. Here, I'm trying to appeal to beginner Canva users or people who might not know Canva yet. I thought that coming up with the concept of a journey would work nicely with the paragraph of text that I use above this button that emphasizes how Canva is a powerful tool to generate an income. I would recommend that you use strong action verbs in your calls to action and keep these calls to action short. The second button says, book me for your event. Now, this one is directed at a very different audience. I don't know who will be visiting my website, but what I know is that I receive quite a few inquiries via email and my LinkedIn profile. As this is a part of my business that I'm keen on developing, on growing, I thought I would add a section and a button for that on the website. Also, I kept it short and to the point, using book me as the strong action verb. And then the last button is just my contact email, hello@ronniehermosa.com. Here, I decided to use the email itself as the call to action because some people might not understand that they can click on this button, or they might click on it, but then their computer might not be opening their email software like it happened to me. In that case, if the button doesn't work for them, they can still read the email and type it in Gmail or Outlook if they want to write me an email. Had I used a call to action saying something like, write me an email, then they would have had no way of reaching out to me if the button was not working properly. So there you go. These are some tips related to your calls to action. Next is tip number 3, draft the structure of your website. It will really help you to have a clear idea of how many pages, how many sections you want, and what content and call to action each section is going to contain. As you know, I have drawn a simple one-page structure of my website on a sheet of paper before getting started. I added some bullet points of the things my copy needed to include, but also the buttons and the calls to action where they were needed. And I actually used a different color on my drawings for my calls to action so that they were easy to see. It doesn't have to be fancy, but create a structure before you start designing. Also, let it sit for a while. Give it a bit of time. Reflect on it. Is this really what you want to show? In that order? Once you have drawn your structure, keep it handy when you are designing. Tip number 4, create consistency. Choose a color palette, font combination, and an imagery style that you like, and then stick to it for your entire website. I went with my personal brand color scheme with the yellow dominant color, and it helps to create a brand kit in Canva before you start, or even to use an existing brand kit. Also, be consistent with your font and the hierarchy of these fonts. If you use a title for each section of your website, make sure these titles have a similar size. Same for the body of your paragraphs, for example, on each section of your website. You should know the drill by now. Tip number 5, use Canva's templates. Canva has a ton of great templates, and that for websites too. You saw me exploring the templates, using the filters to refine and narrow down my searches, and then starring a few templates that I liked. I guarantee you, you will work much faster and achieve better results if you mix and match a few pre-existing templates. Make sure to customize them though, and not just use them as is, if you don't want to end up with the exact same website as hundreds of other lazy Canva users. Tip number 6, optimize your copy. Copy is really important for your website, and that is the one thing Canva will not really help you with. Take some time to optimize your headlines, your calls to actions, and your paragraph. Make them catchy, punchy, and relevant. You will notice that I didn't simply copy the text in my home page's buttons and use that as the section titles. I tried to create some complementary copy. Because why repeating the same thing twice and waste valuable characters on your website? As a general rule, try to keep text to a bare minimum, which leads me to tip number 7. Delete all unnecessary information. Once you're done writing your copy, go through it again and ask yourself, is this information really necessary? If you're not sure, or if there is a more succinct way of saying the same thing, you should probably rephrase your copy. Remember that people don't like to read, so keep your text to a minimum and use relevant images to support your points. And this is tip number 8. Choose attractive images. Your images is what people will notice first, and they need to look consistent across your entire site. And me, I try to use that light blue background in mine, but also your images need to give people a good reason to read more. So take time to shoot some professional photos of yourself, avoid the cliches, avoid stock images on your website, and if possible, use Canva to create some great visuals, like the one I made to show our media reach. Tip number 9, make them interactive. Insert clickable elements and embed interactive media to make your website interesting. Canva allows you to do some cool things like embedding a YouTube video or adding a video in the background of your sections. So use these features to retain your audience's attention. And finally, tip number 10, keep them short and sweet. Remember that Canva sites have been originally designed to be single-page scrolling sites. So try to build a website that will fit in that vision. I would recommend you keep it between 1 to 6 sections that flow well together. Also, don't try to pack too much information into one page. Instead, break it down into several pages or several sections. And that's it. I hope these tips will help you improve your Canva websites. Now, go out there and create something beautiful. I am very happy to see you here. This means you have followed the course until the end. And for that, I am very proud of you. If you liked the course, please don't forget to leave me a review if you haven't done so yet. This will help me big time gain some visibility on this platform. And if you've learned new things that helped you become a better designer or better content creator, why don't you go ahead and recommend this course to a friend of yours who also wants to become a better designer? Also, I would like to invite you to share the content you have created for this course in our Facebook community, our Facebook group, in order to receive some feedback from us, but also from the community. And don't forget, we have the YouTube channel where Diana and I teach every week about some new Canva features and some fresh tutorials. so make sure you subscribe to that as well. I think that's it. This has been fun, guys. But now comes the difficult time of saying goodbye. I wish you all the best. Take care, and I will see you in the next course. Hi, everybody, and welcome to my master course about Canva. My name is Rami, and I will be your instructor for this course. The fact that you are here shows that you are interested in design. Maybe you are in charge of designing important documents for your organization, like annual reports, brochures, or even project proposals. Or maybe you are managing your company's social media accounts and constantly need to come up with some cool visuals, photos, or infographics to populate your feeds. Well, let me tell you one thing before we get started. Discovering Canva not only changed the way I work, it literally changed my life. Let me explain. I first published this course in 2018, and it quickly became popular on Udemy. And so did the Facebook community I created at approximately the same time when I originally launched the course. More and more people started to see me as a Canva expert, and that resulted in Cliff, one of Canva's co-founders, reaching out to me. I won't bother you with all the details here, but to make a long story short, end of 2019, Canva hired me and relocated me to Sydney to become their new head of communities. I worked at Canva for 2 years in different roles related to community building, both on Facebook and YouTube, but also educational content creation. This was, for sure, a life-changing experience. Recently, I decided to quit this amazing job and company to focus on managing my own YouTube channel, which had become pretty big, and come back to what started it all, creating online courses and helping entrepreneurs grow their business. So here I am doing a complete makeover of this course, which was long overdue. I really love that story of how I got to work at Canva, and I never get tired of telling it. I believe that these 2 years of me working at Canva make me the perfect coach to teach you how to reach the primary goals of this course, to understand what Canva is all about, to become a better designer by using Canva, and ultimately to leverage these newly acquired visual communication skills to advance your career or grow your own business. Personally, I use Canva every single day to strengthen my personal brand, to create content, and to build communities on social media. It's been a while now that I ditched the more complicated and expensive softwares like Photoshop or Illustrator. I simply don't need them anymore. Canva not only accelerated my workflow, but it made designing more fun, more affordable, and quicker. Also, because Canva has so many beautiful templates, and because I use it every day, I feel like I developed a better eye for design. Just like when you are learning a new language, the best way to do it is to surround yourself with native speakers, right? Well, I experienced the same thing with design. By using Canva and constantly being exposed to good design through their templates, I actually became much better at design. It's quite amazing. As you can see, I am quite passionate about Canva. It made such a huge difference in my work and in my life that I wanted to share this tool with you guys. I honestly believe it is your ticket to freedom and professional accomplishment. But don't just take it from me. Take it from the hundreds of people who leave comments on our YouTube videos saying how much they love Canva because it helped them reach their goals. Life is short, and I want to help as many people as possible live their life on their own terms. Now, that could be climbing the corporate ladder in a big company or starting a small business on their own. This course is basically your roadmap to get there. It has already helped thousands of students and has been refreshed many times to offer you guys the best course experience about Canva. All right, here are 2 simple reasons why you should start this course right now. Number 1, I am 100% convinced that good design will help you be more successful in your career. And number 2, I truly believe that Canva is the fastest and cheapest way to produce that good design, even if you suck at design. So many entrepreneurs, small businesses, educators, and nonprofit organizations struggle with design. For some reason, design is still very often overlooked and not considered a priority for these organizations. And that is, in my opinion, a huge mistake. Just think about it this way. What is the first thing people will notice when they log on to your website, or when you hand them your business card, or when they discover your Facebook page? The first thing they will notice is the quality of your design. If your website, your business card, or your Facebook cover is ugly, your first-time visitor will keep that in mind as the first impression of your business. Good design inspires professionalism. It makes your company look bigger than it actually is, and it inspires trust. Now, this is what you want, and Canva will help you achieve just that, whether or not you're good at design. Now, isn't that wonderful? Before we dive any deeper, I thought I would take a minute or two to discuss about how this course is changing to keep up with how Canva is evolving. Canva is a fast-paced company. It's not so much a startup anymore, as it has grown to a $40 billion company with over 85 million monthly active users and over 2,000 employees worldwide. When I started working at Canva back in 2019, there were approximately 600 employees. And when I left 2 years later, it was well over 2,000. So Canva as a company had changed quite a bit. And as a product, Canva also changed a lot during these 2 years. In fact, it is now common for Canva to release new features and tweaks to their platform on a weekly basis. With that many people and engineers now working at Canva, we can expect a few major changes coming to the platform every year. We've seen this with the introduction of Canva videos, a complete makeover of the Canva mobile app, or the launch of Canva websites. This moving forward trend is not going to slow down. So how am I going to keep the content of this course fresh for you guys? Well, I have thought long and hard about this, trust me, and I came up with 4 different ways that I intend to keep the content of this course relevant so that you, as a student, always have access to what's new in Canva. Well, the first way is the structure of the course itself. As you'll see, this course not only teaches you how to use Canva, but most importantly, how to acquire a designer mindset. You will find an introduction to branding and some knowledge about the design principles in the early sections. After that, I try to dedicate every section of the course to one major area of design that Canva can be used for, like social media, making presentations, creating videos, building websites, etc. So every time Canva brings up a major update, I guess I will just add another section to the course. The second way I intend to keep the content fresh and up to date is by tapping into the knowledge that I receive because I am a Canva expert. Canva experts are Canva's top brand ambassadors. There are only a handful of us around the world, and to identify them, look for the Canva expert badge in their profile photo. Experts run large Canva communities and regularly create educational content about Canva. While working at Canva, my job consisted in helping these creatives, these brand ambassadors, grow their own communities and produce more and better content about Canva. This connection with the Canva ambassador ecosystem allows me to have a 360 vision of what's happening in that global Canva community. I watch everybody's content, but I also interact both with Canva and the other 20 experts on a regular basis. We share some knowledge, we share some ideas. And this level of involvement in what I call the global Canva community really helps me stay connected to my audience, really understand what people want to learn about Canva, also what they struggle with, and create relevant content. And I use these insights to stay relevant in my courses and the tutorials that I create. Being a Canva expert also means I continue to get access to the latest features before they are released to the general public and keep a direct communication line with Canva via a special Slack channel for the experts. So all of this puts me in a great position to always know what's new with Canva. The third way I intend to keep all of you guys up to date is by giving you a chance to join our vibrant 50K plus Facebook community. When you sign up for this course, you will receive instructions on how to join our Facebook group, Learn to Design with Canva. This community is one of the largest about Canva on Facebook, and our members love to share their designs, give or ask for feedback on their designs, which is super valuable as a designer, but also share tutorials and ideas. On top of that, me and my team share weekly news and updates about Canva in this group to keep our members informed about the latest features. Obviously, you don't want to miss on all of that good stuff, so make sure to make your request to become a member of the Facebook group after you join this course. And finally, the fourth way I intend to keep you all informed of what's new with Canva is that I will share with you some educational announcements right here on Udemy. Many of you have probably already stumbled upon some of my Canva content on the internet. Maybe it's on Canva's official YouTube channel, where you will find me delivering several webinars and tutorials, or it might be on the Design with Canva YouTube channel, where Diana, my wife, and I publish 2 videos about Canva every single week. See, I put a lot of thoughts behind how can I connect the steady flow of Canva tutorials that Team Rondi, stands for Ronnie and Diana, Rondi, produces for YouTube. And I think I found a way to do that. Indeed, if you are a student of this course, you will receive educational announcements regularly via email or via Udemy with our latest tutorials. Now, this should be the perfect companion for this course and also a great way for you to stay up to date. So there you go. I hope all these changes and mechanisms to keep you informed ensure that this course is and stays up to date for a very long time. In this video, I'd like to quickly show you what this course is all about.
Yeah, we on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do. Started with nothing but dreams and a screen. Now I automate flows, keep the process clean. No need to be seen, just heard and felt. With AI by my side, every goal gets dealt. ChatGPT writes Canva designs. CapCut cuts, now the visuals shine. Faceless creator with a plan so clear, helping new voices elevate all year. We on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we're changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do. This for the shy ones hiding in light, the silent creators who dream at night. You don't need fame, just start the move. I'll show you the tools and how to improve. We grow slow, but steady and loud. Elevate me to you, standing out from the crowd. From idea to launch, I'm here to guide. Together we rise, no need to hide. Me on the rise, press record, now play. AI tools got me glowing every day. Faceless grind, I'm paving my lane. Me 2 times, yeah, we changing the game. Elevate me to you, vibe is brand new. Built it from scratch, now we teaching you. Hit that sub, let the vision come true. This ain't just content, it's what we do.